The air was thick with the metallic tang of Martian dust as Dr. Elara Voss knelt in the shadow of the crumbling ruins, her gloved fingers tracing the jagged edges of the artifact. The symbols etched into its surface shimmered faintly, as if alive, defying every known record of human history. Her breath caught in her throat as she whispered the first line of the inscription, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and trepidation. Terra non est qui vita. The ground beneath her shuddered violently, and a searing light erupted from the artifact, consuming her vision. When the brilliance faded, she found herself standing not on the barren red plains of Mars, but beneath a sky streaked with unfamiliar constellations, the air alive with the hum of an alien world. The ruins around her were no longer ancient and crumbling. They pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly energy. Somewhere in the distance, a low, resonant tone echoed, as if the planet itself were speaking. Elara's heart raced. This was no ordinary discovery. This was a doorway, and she had just stepped through it. The air was thick with humidity, heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient vegetation. Elara blinked, her vision adjusting to the vibrant greens and deep shadows of the jungle surrounding her. Towering trees stretched endlessly toward the sky, their canopies filtering sunlight into a mosaic of gold and emerald. The ground beneath her boots was soft, carpeted with moss and ferns that seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive. She took a cautious step forward, her breath catching as a low, guttural rumble echoed through the air. Slowly, she turned her head, her heart pounding in her chest. There, just beyond the dense foliage, moved a creature unlike anything she had ever seen. A reptilian behemoth, its scales shimmering like polished obsidian, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence. It moved with an eerie grace, its massive tail sweeping the ground as it disappeared into the shadows. Elara's mind raced. Where was she? This wasn't just any jungle. It felt primordial, untouched by time. The air seemed to vibrate with a strange energy, a hum that resonated deep within her bones. She pressed forward, drawn by an invisible force, her footsteps muffled by the thick undergrowth. As she ventured deeper, the jungle seemed to shift around her, the trees growing taller, the light dimming until it was nearly twilight, and then she saw it. Rising above the treetops was a massive crystalline structure, its surface shimmering with an iridescent glow. It pulsed rhythmically, as if alive, and the hum she had felt earlier grew louder, more insistent. Drawn to the structure, Elara approached cautiously. The closer she got, the more she could feel the energy radiating from it, a strange, almost magnetic pull. She reached out, her fingers hovering just above the surface, when suddenly, the air around her shifted. A beam of light erupted from the crystal, forming a hazy, glowing figure. It was humanoid, but its form was fluid, constantly shifting between shapes. A man, a woman, a creature with wings, and then something entirely alien. Its voice, when it spoke, was neither male nor female, but carried an ancient, resonant quality that seemed to echo through her very soul. "You have come," it said, its tone both welcoming and solemn. "I am the Keeper of Eternity, Guardian of the Forgotten Epochs. You, Elara, have been chosen." Her breath caught. Chosen for what? The Keeper's form shimmered, its glowing eyes locking onto hers. "To uncover the truth, to restore what has been lost, the forgotten epochs, the civilizations that once thrived, the knowledge they held, the secrets they guarded. All of it has been erased from memory. But the echoes remain, waiting for one who can hear them, and you, Elara, are the one." She shook her head, trying to make sense of the words. "I don't understand." "Why me? I'm no one special." The Keeper's gaze softened, though its voice remained steady. "You are more than you know. The path you walk has been laid out for eons, waiting for the moment when the threads of time would align. You carry within you a spark, a connection to the past that few possess. It is this spark that has drawn you here, to this place, to me." Elara's mind spun. She wanted to protest, to argue that this was all some kind of mistake, but something deep within her, something she couldn't explain, told her the Keeper's words were true. She felt it, a faint but undeniable pull, as if the jungle, the crystal, and the Keeper itself were all calling to her, urging her to listen, to accept. The Keeper extended a glowing hand, its form rippling like water. The journey will not be easy. The forgotten epochs are hidden, protected by forces beyond your understanding. But you are not alone. The knowledge of those who came before will guide you if you are willing to seek it. Elara took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew she couldn't turn away. What do I need to do? The Keeper's form began to dissolve, its voice growing faint. Follow the threads of time, listen to the whispers of the past, and remember the truth is not always what it seems. With that, the holographic projection vanished, leaving Elara standing alone in the shadow of the crystalline structure. The jungle around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for her next move. She glanced down at her hands, half expecting to see something different, but they were the same as always. Yet she felt changed, as if the Keeper's words had awakened something within her. She took a step forward, then another, her determination growing with each stride. The jungle stretched out before her, vast and mysterious, but she no longer felt lost. She had a purpose now, a mission, and though she didn't know what lay ahead, she knew one thing for certain: this was only the beginning. The Keeper's voice was low, almost reverent, as he held the artifact up to the dim light of the chamber. This, he began, his tone weighted with both awe and caution, is no ordinary relic. It's a Chrono-Key, a device capable of bending the very fabric of time itself. Elara's breath caught in her throat. Time travel. It sounded like something out of the myths and legends she dismissed as a child. Yet here it was, resting in the Keeper's weathered hands, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The air seemed to thicken around them, as if the artifact was alive, pulsing with a power that defied comprehension. But the Keeper's next words shattered any sense of wonder. Its power is unstable, he warned, his gaze locking onto hers. It was forged by a civilization far beyond our understanding, and even they could not fully control it. One misstep, one moment of carelessness, and you could unravel not only your own timeline, but the very threads of reality. Elara felt the weight of his warning settle over her like a heavy cloak. She had come to the Keeper seeking answers, but this was far more than she had bargained for. Her mind raced as she tried to process the enormity of what she was being offered. A chance to traverse time, to witness the rise and fall of civilizations, to rewrite the mistakes of the past. It was a temptation almost too great to resist. But at what cost? The Keeper's words echoed in her mind: unstable power, unraveled timelines, irreversible consequences. She had spent her life chasing glory, but this was no mere adventure. This was a responsibility that could change everything. Elara hesitated, her fingers twitching at her sides as if longing to reach out and claim the artifact. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of all the people you could have entrusted this to, why choose someone like me?" The Keeper's expression softened, a flicker of something resembling pity crossing his face. "Because you have nothing left to lose," he replied, "and everything to gain. You've been cast out, disgraced, your reputation in ruins, but this could be your redemption. If you succeed, you could rewrite not only your own story, but the fate of countless others." The word struck a chord deep within her. Redemption. It was a word she hadn't dared to hope for in a long time. Her mind flashed back to the moment her world had crumbled, the accusations, the betrayal, the shame that had followed her like a shadow ever since. For years, she had carried that weight, her once bright future reduced to ash. But now, standing in this ancient chamber with the Chrono-Key glowing before her, she saw a glimmer of hope, a chance to undo her mistakes, to prove herself worthy once more. Yet, even as the temptation grew, so did the fear. The Keeper's warning lingered like a dark cloud over her thoughts. What if she failed? What if her actions caused more harm than good? The artifact was a tool of immense power, but it was also a weapon, one that could destroy as easily as it could create. she thought of the civilizations that had come before, their triumphs and tragedies, their rise and fall. How many of them had sought to control time, only to be consumed by its relentless flow, the weight of history pressed down on her, a reminder of the stakes at hand. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Elara nodded. "I'll do it," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "But I need to know everything. How does it work? What are the risks? I can't afford to make a mistake." The Keeper's lips curved into a faint smile, as if he had expected her answer all along. "The Chrono-Key responds to intent," he explained. "Focus your mind and it will guide you, but beware, its power is not infinite. Each use drains its energy, and once it's depleted, there's no way to replenish it. Choose your moments wisely, for you may not get a second chance." Elara took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She had spent her life running from her past, but now, for the first time, she had a chance to face it head-on. The road ahead would be fraught with danger, but she was ready to confront the unknown, to embrace the risks, and to seize the opportunity to rewrite her story. The Chrono-Key was more than just a tool, it was a lifeline, a beacon of hope in a world that had long since turned its back on her, and with it she would carve a new path, one that would lead her not only to redemption, but to a destiny far greater than she had ever imagined. Elara's fingers trembled as she gripped the Chrono-Key, its surface humming faintly with an energy that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. The dense jungle around her, alive with the cacophony of unseen creatures and rustling leaves, began to blur. Colors swirled and stretched, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The air grew thick, charged with a static electricity that made her skin prickle. For a moment she felt weightless, untethered from the ground, as though the world itself was dissolving beneath her feet. Then, with a sudden rush, the jungle was gone, replaced by a vortex of light so intense it forced her to shield her eyes. When the light subsided, Elara found herself standing in a place that defied everything she had ever known. Above her, the sky was a canvas of silver and blue, streaked with faint trails of light that might have been stars or something far more alien. The ground beneath her boots was smooth and reflective, like polished glass, and it stretched out in every direction, disappearing into the horizon. But what truly took her breath away were the structures that surrounded her, towering spires of gleaming metal and glass, their peaks vanishing into the clouds. These were no ordinary buildings. They were monuments to a civilization that had mastered the art of creation, their designs both awe-inspiring and otherworldly. Flying vehicles, sleek and silent, darted through the air like metallic birds, their movements precise and deliberate. Yet, there was something unsettling about the scene. The city was eerily quiet, devoid of the hum of life that should accompany such a place. No voices echoed through the streets, no footsteps tapped against the polished ground. The only sound was the faint whisper of wind brushing against the towering spires, a lonely reminder of the absence that permeated this place. Elara took a cautious step forward, her boots clicking softly against the ground. The air was cool and sterile, carrying a faint metallic tang that made her nose wrinkle. She reached out to touch the nearest wall, her fingers brushing against a surface so smooth it felt almost liquid. The material seemed to hum faintly beneath her touch, as if alive, but there was no warmth to it, only a cold, mechanical energy. As she ventured deeper into the city, she began to notice details that sent a chill down her spine. The streets were immaculate, untouched by time or decay, yet there were no signs of life, no discarded objects, no remnants of daily activity. It was as if the city had been frozen in time, its inhabitants vanished without a trace. The silence weighed heavily on her, pressing down like a physical force. She found herself straining to hear something, anything, that might break the oppressive quiet. Her eyes were drawn to a massive structure in the distance, its shape unlike anything she had ever seen. It rose from the ground like a spiral, its surface covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. The closer she got, the more she realized that the patterns weren't decorative, they were symbols. etched into the metal with a precision that spoke of advanced technology. She couldn't read them, but their presence filled her with a sense of unease. What had happened here? Who had built this city, and where had they gone? Elara paused, her hand instinctively reaching for the Chrono-Key. It felt heavier now, as if it carried the weight of the questions swirling in her mind. She knew she had to keep moving to uncover the secrets of this place, but the silence was unnerving. Every step she took echoed faintly, a reminder of her solitude in this vast, abandoned world. The city was a marvel, a testament to a civilization that had reached heights she could barely comprehend, but it was also a mystery, one she was determined to solve. Elara stepped into the archive, her breath catching as the air around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The walls were lined with towering columns of light, each one pulsating softly, like the heartbeat of a forgotten age. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the surface of one of the holographic panels, and suddenly, the room came alive. Images flickered into existence, vast cities of silver and gold, starships gliding through the void, and beings of luminous energy moving with an elegance that defied comprehension. This was the legacy of the Ithorians, a civilization so advanced they had once held dominion over the galaxy itself. The records spoke of a people who had mastered not just technology, but time itself. They could bend the flow of moments, weaving through the past, present, and future as effortlessly as a weaver threads a tapestry. Their cities were marvels of engineering, built to withstand the eons, and their knowledge was said to be infinite. Yet for all their power, the Ithorians were not immortal. The holograms shifted, showing scenes of chaos. A galaxy unraveling, stars flickering out, and entire worlds consumed by a darkness that seemed to devour not just matter, but time itself. Elara leaned closer, her eyes scanning the symbols that danced across the panels. The Ithorians had named their downfall the Temporal Collapse. It was a cataclysm unlike anything she had ever heard of, a fracture in the very fabric of time that spread like a virus, erasing not just civilizations, but their histories. The Ithorians, for all their foresight, had been powerless to stop it. Their greatest minds had tried to contain the collapse, but their efforts only seemed to accelerate it. The holograms showed frantic scenes of scientists working in vast, glowing laboratories, their faces etched with desperation as they attempted to rewrite the laws of the universe itself. As Elara delved deeper, she began to piece together fragments of the Ithorians' final days. They had known the end was coming, and they had tried to preserve what they could. The archive itself was their last act of defiance against oblivion. It was a time capsule, designed to outlast the collapse and carry their story into whatever future remained. But there was something else, a warning, etched into the very foundation of the archive. The Ithorians believed the temporal collapse was not a natural phenomenon, but something that had been unleashed. A weapon, perhaps, or an experiment gone catastrophically wrong. The weight of what she was uncovering pressed down on Elara like a physical force. Here, in this silent chamber, she was the first in millennia to witness the truth of a civilization that had once been the pinnacle of existence. And yet, their story was tinged with an unshakable sadness. For all their brilliance, they had been undone by their own hubris, or so the records suggested. The holograms flickered again, showing the final moments of the Ithorians as they sealed the archive and vanished into the void, their once great empire reduced to whispers and shadows. Elara stepped back, her mind racing. The temporal collapse wasn't just a tale of the past, it was a warning for the future. If the Ithorians, with all their knowledge, had fallen, what hope did the rest of the galaxy have? And what if the collapse wasn't over? What if it was still out there, waiting to be triggered again? The questions swirled in her mind as she turned to leave the archive, the weight of the Ithorians' legacy settling heavily on her shoulders. She didn't have answers, not yet. But she knew one thing for certain: the story of the Ithorians was far from over, and somehow she had become a part of it. As Elara stepped further into the dimly lit archive, the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of ancient machinery and stagnant air. Her footsteps echoed faintly against the metallic floor, each sound a reminder of how alone she was in this vast, forgotten place. The walls were lined with towering shelves, filled with data crystals that glimmered faintly under the soft hum of overhead lights. Each crystal held secrets of civilizations long lost to time, and Elara knew she was standing on the precipice of discovery. But as she reached out to examine one of the crystals, a faint click echoed through the chamber. The lights flickered, and a low, mechanical whir filled the air. Before she could react, the walls shifted, revealing hidden compartments from which robotic sentinels emerged. Their sleek, metallic bodies moved with terrifying precision, their glowing red optics locking onto her instantly. Elara's heart raced as she realized she had triggered an ancient security system, one designed to protect the archive from intruders at all costs. The Sentinels advanced, their movements synchronized and deliberate, their intent clear. She was an unauthorized presence, and they would eliminate her. Thinking quickly, Elara activated her Chrono-Key, the device glowing faintly in her hand, but the Sentinels were faster than she anticipated. One lunged at her, its sharp, articulated arm slicing through the air. She ducked just in time, feeling the rush of wind as the blade narrowly missed her. Another Sentinel closed in from behind, forcing her to sprint down the narrow aisle between the shelves. The archive, once a place of quiet wonder, had transformed into a deadly maze. As she ran, her mind raced through her options. The Chrono-Key could take her to another time period, but she needed a moment to calibrate it. The problem was, the Sentinels weren't giving her that moment. They were relentless, their programming driving them to hunt her down without pause. She darted around a corner, her fingers fumbling with the device as she tried to input the coordinates for a safe jump. But just as she thought she had it, another Sentinel appeared, blocking her path. Its red optics flared as it raised its arm, ready to strike. In a desperate move, Elara grabbed a data crystal from the nearest shelf and hurled it at the Sentinel. The crystal shattered against its metallic frame, momentarily disorienting it. It was only a second, but it was enough. She input the final command into the Chrono-Key and felt the familiar pull of time displacement just as the Sentinel's blade sliced through the air where she had been standing. The world around her blurred, the archive dissolving into a swirl of light and color as she was whisked away to another time. When the disorientation faded, Elara found herself in a new location, the air cooler and the light dimmer. She took a moment to catch her breath, her heart still pounding from the narrow escape, but as she looked down at her hand, she realized she hadn't come away empty-handed. Clutched tightly in her grip was the data crystal she had grabbed in those final, frantic moments. It pulsed faintly, as if alive with the secrets it held. She didn't know what was on it, but she knew it was important, perhaps even the key to understanding what had happened to the lost civilizations she had been searching for. The encounter had been a stark reminder of the dangers that came with her mission. The archive wasn't just a repository of knowledge, it was a fortress, guarded by technology far beyond anything she had ever seen. And yet, despite the close call, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. She had survived, and she had gained something invaluable. The data crystal was a piece of the puzzle, a step closer to uncovering the truth. But as she prepared to move forward, she couldn't shake the feeling that the Sentinels and whatever forces had created them were still watching, waiting for her next move. Elara's ship shuddered as it descended through the thin, dusty atmosphere, her instruments blaring warnings about the harsh conditions below. The desert stretched out beneath her, an endless sea of cracked earth and shifting sands, with jagged rock formations rising like the bones of a long-dead beast. As her ship touched down, the engines sputtered and fell silent, leaving her in an eerie stillness broken only by the howl of the wind. She stepped out into the oppressive heat, her boots sinking into the fine, powdery sand, and squinted against the glare of the twin suns hanging low on the horizon. Before her, the ruins of an ancient civilization loomed, crumbling towers, half-buried temples, and shattered statues that seemed to whisper of a forgotten age. The air was thick with the scent of decay and the faint tang of rusted metal. Elara adjusted her breathing apparatus, the filters straining against the dust, and began to make her way toward the nearest structure. Her mission was clear: to uncover the secrets of this lost civilization and find evidence of their advanced knowledge of time manipulation. But as she ventured deeper into the ruins, a sense of unease settled over her. The silence was unnatural, broken only by the occasional creak of shifting stone. It felt as though the desert itself was watching her, waiting. It wasn't long before she caught sight of movement in the distance, shadows darting between the ruins. She froze, her hand instinctively moving to the weapon at her side, but the figures approaching her were not hostile. They were nomads, their faces wrapped in scarves to shield them from the relentless sun, their clothing patched and worn but functional. Their leader, a tall figure with piercing eyes that seemed to hold the weight of countless years, raised a hand in greeting. "You shouldn't be here," they said, their voice gravelly and low. "This place is cursed." Elara hesitated, her curiosity warring with caution. "Cursed? What do you mean?" she asked, her voice muffled by her mask. The nomad glanced around, as if fearing they might be overheard, before gesturing for her to follow. They led her to a sheltered alcove where the group had set up a makeshift camp. The air was cooler here, the walls of the ruins providing some respite from the sun. As they sat, the nomads shared their story, a tale of a force that haunted this desert, a creature they called the Time Wraith. It preys on those who dare to meddle with time, the leader explained, their voice trembling with a mix of fear and reverence. It's said that the ancients who once ruled this land possessed the power to bend time itself, but their arrogance was their downfall. They unleashed something they couldn't control, and the Time Wraith was born. It hunts those who seek to alter the past or glimpse the future. If you've come here searching for their secrets, you're walking a dangerous path. Elara's mind raced as she processed their words. The Time Wraith, could it be a manifestation of the same temporal anomalies she had been studying? Or was it something far more sinister, a being born from the misuse of time itself? She pressed the nomads for more information, but they grew uneasy, their eyes darting to the shadows as if expecting the creature to appear at any moment. "We've seen its work," one of them said, their voice barely above a whisper. "Entire caravans gone without a trace, people aged to dust in moments or frozen in time, their bodies crumbling at the slightest touch. If you value your life, leave this place." But Elara couldn't leave, not yet. The ruins held answers she needed, clues that might help her understand the mysteries of time and the dangers that came with tampering with it. As she thanked the nomads and prepared to continue her journey, they gave her one final warning. "If you hear the wind calling your name, don't answer. If you see a shadow that doesn't belong, don't look. The Time Wraith is always watching." With those chilling words echoing in her mind, Elara stepped back into the ruins, the weight of the desert pressing down on her. The nomad's warnings lingered, but so did her resolve. Somewhere in this desolate wasteland lay the key to understanding the ancient civilization's downfall, and perhaps the key to her own survival. The Time Wraith might be hunting her, but Elara wasn't one to back down from a challenge, not when the stakes were this high. The scavengers leaned in closer, their voices dropping to a whisper as if the very walls might betray their secrets. The Time Wraith, one of them began, was never meant to be a destroyer. The Ithorians, those ancient architects of time itself, created it as a guardian. A failsafe, if you will, to prevent anyone from tampering with the delicate fabric of history. Elara's breath caught in her throat. She had always wondered about the Aetherians, those enigmatic beings who supposedly mastered time long before her people even dreamed of it. But this was something far darker than she had imagined. The scavenger continued, his voice heavy with unease. The Wraith was designed to hunt down those who meddled with time, to correct anomalies and preserve the natural order. But something went wrong. It gained sentience, or perhaps it was always sentient, and the Ithorians underestimated its will. Now, it doesn't just hunt temporal manipulators. It seeks to erase everything connected to the Ithorians, including their creations, their legacy, and anyone who dares to follow in their footsteps. Elara felt a chill run down her spine. She had always thought of herself as a mere explorer, a curious soul piecing together the fragments of a forgotten past. But now she realized she was something far more dangerous in the eyes of the Wraith, a threat. Her mind raced as she processed the implications. If the Wraith saw her as a descendant of the Ithorians, or even as someone who might uncover their secrets, it wouldn't stop until she was gone. Her journey wasn't just about uncovering lost civilizations anymore, it was about survival. But how could she stop something that existed outside the bounds of time? Something that could appear anywhere, at any moment, and strike without warning. The scavengers exchanged uneasy glances before one of them spoke again. "There's a legend," he said cautiously, "that the Ithorians left behind a weapon, a device capable of neutralizing the Wraith, but it's hidden, locked away in one of their most secure vaults. If you want to survive, if you want to stop it, you'll need to find it." Elara's heart pounded, a weapon that changed everything, but where would she even begin to look? The Ithorians were masters of secrecy, their vaults scattered across time and space, each one more impenetrable than the last. As she sat there, the weight of the situation pressing down on her, she couldn't help but wonder, was this why she had been drawn to the ruins in the first place? Had some unseen force, some fragment of the Ithorians' will, guided her to this moment? The thought was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because it meant she wasn't alone in this fight. Terrifying because it meant the stakes were even higher than she had realized. She stood abruptly, determination hardening her features. "I need to find that weapon," she said, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions raging within her. The scavengers nodded, their expressions a mix of respect and pity. They knew the odds were against her, that the path ahead was fraught with danger. But they also knew she had no other choice. The Wraith wouldn't stop. It would hunt her, and it would destroy her, unless she found a way to fight back. As she prepared to leave, one of the scavengers grabbed her arm. "Be careful," he warned. "The Wraith isn't just a predator, it's a force of nature. It doesn't think like we do. It doesn't feel, it only exists to erase, and if it senses you're close to finding the weapon, it will come for you with everything it has." Elara nodded, her resolve unwavering. She had faced impossible odds before, but this was different. This wasn't just about discovery or adventure, this was about survival, not just for her, but for the legacy of the Ithorians, for the knowledge they had left behind, and for the future of time itself. With that, she stepped out into the unknown, the weight of her mission pressing down on her shoulders. The Time Wraith was out there, lurking in the shadows of time, waiting for its next victim. And Elara knew, without a doubt, that it would stop at nothing to ensure she never found the weapon, but she also knew she couldn't let it win. The fate of the past, present, and future depended on her. And failure was not an option. As Elara stepped into the hidden Ithorian outpost, the air grew cooler, a stark contrast to the relentless heat of the desert above. The walls, etched with intricate patterns of light, seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive. She clutched the data crystal tightly, its soft glow guiding her deeper into the labyrinthine structure. The crystal had revealed the outpost's location, but now it was up to her to uncover its secrets. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the faint hum of ancient machinery buried beneath the sand. It was as though the outpost had been waiting for her, a guardian of knowledge lost to time. Her footsteps echoed as she moved through the dimly lit corridors, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the outpost. The walls were lined with holographic panels, their surfaces flickering with Ithorian script, a language she had only begun to decipher. The panels seemed to react to her presence, lighting up as she passed, as if acknowledging her as the rightful heir to this forgotten legacy. Finally, she reached a vast chamber, its ceiling arched like the vault of a cathedral. At its center stood a pedestal, and atop it rested a device unlike anything she had ever seen. The temporal anchor, its design was both elegant and enigmatic, a fusion of organic curves and geometric precision. It glowed faintly, a soft blue light that seemed to ripple like water. Elara approached cautiously, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a surge of energy coursed through her, and she felt a strange connection, as if the device recognized her. The Chrono-Key, hanging from her neck, began to hum in response, its erratic pulses now steady and harmonious. The temporal anchor was no ordinary artifact. It was a masterpiece of Aetherian engineering, designed to stabilize the Chrono-Key and shield its bearer from the corrosive influence of the Time Wraith. As Elara studied the device, she realized its true purpose, to anchor the user in the flow of time, protecting them from the distortions that the Wraith could inflict. It was a failsafe, a safeguard against the dangers of temporal manipulation. Without it, the Chrono-Key was a double-edged sword, granting immense power but at a terrible cost. But the temporal anchor was more than just a shield. It was also a key to unlocking the full potential of the Chrono-Key. Elara's mind raced as she pieced together the implications. The Ithorians had not only foreseen the rise of the Time Wraith, but had also prepared a way to combat it. The temporal anchor was their answer, a tool that could turn the tide in her favor. But it came with a warning, etched into the pedestal in glowing script. To wield the anchor is to confront the Wraith. To stabilize time is to face its chaos. Elara took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She had come too far to turn back now. The Time Wraith had haunted her every step, its presence a constant threat. With the temporal anchor, she finally had a chance to fight back. She carefully attached the device to the Chrono-Key, feeling the two artifacts sync seamlessly. The hum grew louder, a harmonious resonance that filled the chamber. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt a sense of control. But as the light from the temporal anchor intensified, a shadow stirred in the corner of the chamber. The air grew colder, and a faint whisper echoed through the room. Elara's heart skipped a beat. The Time Wraith was here, it had found her. The battle she had been dreading was now inevitable. Yet, with the temporal anchor in hand, she was no longer defenseless. The Ithorians had given her a weapon, and she was ready to use it. The Time Wraith's influence had been weakened, but its presence was a reminder that the fight was far from over. As she prepared to face the Wraith, Elara couldn't help but wonder what other secrets the outpost held. The Ithorians had left behind a legacy of knowledge and power, and she was only beginning to unravel its mysteries. The temporal anchor was just the first step. Somewhere, hidden within the depths of the outpost, lay the answers she sought, and the key to saving not just herself, but the very fabric of time. Elara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the temporal anchor, its metallic surface humming faintly with an otherworldly energy. The air around her seemed to warp, as if reality itself were folding under the weight of the device. She had prepared for this moment, studied ancient texts, deciphered cryptic warnings, and even consulted the fragmented memories of long-lost civilizations. But nothing could have prepared her for what came next. As the temporal anchor activated, a surge of light erupted from its core, casting jagged shadows across the cavernous chamber. The ground beneath her feet shuddered, and for a fleeting moment she felt the pull of time itself, tugging her toward an unknown destination. But before she could complete the leap, a chilling presence materialized in the room. The Time Wraith, its form was unlike anything she had ever encountered, shifting, distorting, as though it existed in multiple dimensions at once. Its eyes, if they could be called that, glowed with a malevolent light, piercing through the veil of time itself. The Wraith lunged at her with terrifying speed, its movements erratic and unpredictable. Elara barely had time to react, her instincts screaming at her to escape. She twisted the temporal anchor, desperate to jump to another time period. The world around her blurred, colors and shapes melting into a chaotic swirl. For a split second, she felt the Wraith's icy touch, its claw-like appendages grazing her arm. Then, with a deafening crack, she was gone, flung through the currents of time to another era. When the world solidified around her, she found herself standing in a dense, alien forest. The air was thick with humidity, and the trees loomed overhead, their twisted branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. She took a moment to catch her breath, her heart still racing from the encounter, but even here, in this unfamiliar time, she could feel it, the lingering presence of the Wraith. It was as if the creature had left a faint imprint in the fabric of time, a trail of its malevolence that followed her no matter where she went. Elara's mind raced. The temporal anchor was supposed to be her salvation, a tool to outrun the Wraith and uncover the secrets of the lost civilizations. But now, it seemed, the Wraith could pursue her across time itself. She clutched the device tightly, her thoughts swirling with questions. Was it drawn to the anchor, or was it something else? Some deeper connection to the timelines she was unraveling. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the weight of her situation settled over her. The Time Wraith wasn't just a threat, it was a force of nature, a being that defied the laws of time and space. And yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that its appearance was no coincidence. The ancient texts had warned of such entities, guardians of the temporal order, enforcers of a balance that must not be disturbed. Had she crossed a line, or was there more to the Wraith's presence than met the eye? The forest seemed to close in around her, its eerie silence amplifying her unease. She knew she couldn't stay here for long. The temporal anchor needed time to recharge, and she had no way of knowing how long the Wraith would take to find her again. But even as she plotted her next move, a part of her couldn't help but wonder, what if the Wraith wasn't just a foe? What if it was a guide, a manifestation of the very forces she was trying to understand? Elara shook the thought away, focusing instead on the path ahead. She had come too far to turn back now. Whatever the Wraith was, she would face it. The secrets of the lost civilizations were within her grasp, and she wouldn't let anything, not even a creature that existed beyond time, stand in her way. Elara stepped into the medieval village, her boots crunching softly against the cobblestone path. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and the faint metallic tang of something she couldn't quite place. Around her, the villagers moved with a strange rhythm, their eyes often flicking toward the center of the settlement. There, rising above the thatched rooftops, was an enormous obelisk, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, and a low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating through the ground beneath her feet. Elara's instincts stirred. This was no ordinary monument, it was alive, or at least it was powered by something far beyond the understanding of the people who revered it. The villagers, dressed in simple, rough-spun garments, moved with a kind of quiet reverence, as though the obelisk were a deity. They gathered around it in clusters, their hands clasped in silent prayer or tracing intricate patterns in the air. Elara approached cautiously, her Ithorian senses tingling. The closer she got, the more she could feel the artifact's energy, a familiar yet alien thrum that matched the frequency of the Ithorian relics she'd encountered before. This was no mere coincidence. The obelisk was another piece of the puzzle, another fragment of the Ithorians' vast technological legacy. As she studied the structure, she noticed something peculiar. The villagers' movements seemed almost choreographed, their actions repeating in a loop, as if they were stuck in a cycle they couldn't break. A child dropped a wooden toy, only to pick it up again moments later, repeating the same motion over and over. A blacksmith hammered at a glowing piece of metal, but the sound of his strikes echoed with an unnatural rhythm, like a broken record. Elara's eyes narrowed. Time here wasn't flowing as it should. It was being manipulated, twisted into a strange, localized loop. The obelisk, she realized, was the source. It wasn't just a relic. It was a device, one designed to warp time within a confined area. The Ithorians had created it as a tool, a way to experiment with temporal mechanics, or perhaps to preserve something of their civilization. But here, in the hands of these villagers, it had become something else entirely. They worshipped it, believing it to be a divine gift, unaware of the true power they were invoking, and in their ignorance they had activated it, trapping themselves in an endless cycle of repetition. Elara's mind raced. If the obelisk could manipulate time on such a small scale, What else could it do? Could it be used to glimpse into the past or future? Could it rewrite moments, undo mistakes, or even prevent catastrophes? The possibilities were staggering, but so were the risks. Time was a fragile thing, and tampering with it could have consequences far beyond anyone's control. The villager's predicament was proof enough of that. She approached the obelisk, her hand hovering just above its surface. The hum grew louder, reverberating through her bones. She could feel the artifact's power, vast and unfathomable, yet somehow contained within this single structure. It was a marvel of engineering, a testament to the Ithorians' brilliance. But it was also a warning. Their technology was beyond human comprehension, and in the wrong hands, it could be as dangerous as it was miraculous. Ellara knew she had to act. The villagers couldn't stay trapped in this loop, and the obelisk couldn't remain here, vulnerable to misuse. But deactivating it wouldn't be easy. The artifact was deeply integrated into the fabric of this place, its energy intertwined with the very flow of time around it. To shut it down would require precision, care, and an understanding of its inner workings, something she was only beginning to grasp. As she stood there, the weight of her discovery settled over her. The Ithorians had left behind a legacy far more complex than she'd imagined. Their artifacts weren't just tools or weapons, they were keys to understanding the universe itself. And with each one she found, the stakes grew higher. The obelisk was a reminder that the line between salvation and destruction was perilously thin. The villagers gathered in a hushed circle around Ellara, their faces etched with desperation and hope. The once lush fields that sustained them now lay barren, their crops withered under an unrelenting drought. To them, Ellara was no mere traveler. She was a divine figure, a being sent by the heavens to bring salvation. They had seen her arrive with the mysterious obelisk, a relic that pulsed faintly with an otherworldly glow, and in their eyes it was the sign of her power. "You must save us," one of the elders pleaded, his voice trembling. "The obelisk, it can bring life back to our land. Please use it." Ellara hesitated, her mind racing. She knew the obelisk was no ordinary artifact. It was a fragment of an ancient civilization, a device that manipulated time itself, but its true purpose and the dangers it posed were beyond the comprehension of the villagers. She tried to explain, her voice gentle but firm. "This obelisk is not meant for such use. It's a tool of immense power, and meddling with it could bring consequences far worse than your current suffering." But her words fell on deaf ears. The villagers saw only their dying crops, their starving children, and the faint glimmer of hope that the obelisk represented. Reluctantly, Ellara agreed. She couldn't bear to see their despair, and perhaps she thought she could control the obelisk just enough to help without awakening whatever forces lay dormant within it. As the villagers watched in awe, she placed her hands on the obelisk's surface, feeling its cold, smooth texture hum with energy. A faint light began to emanate from its core, growing brighter as the air around them seemed to shimmer and distort. The fields, once dry and lifeless, began to stir. Tiny green shoots pushed through the cracked earth, and the villagers erupted in cheers, their faith in Elara's divinity solidified. But their joy was short-lived. As the obelisk's energy surged, a sudden, unnatural chill swept through the village. The sky darkened, not with clouds, but with a strange, oppressive shadow. From the edges of the forest, a figure began to emerge, tall, gaunt, and cloaked in a swirling mist that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Its eyes glowed with a cold, malevolent light, and its presence sent a wave of dread through everyone who saw it. The Time Wraith had arrived. Elara's heart sank as she realized what had happened. The obelisk's activation had acted like a beacon, drawing the attention of this ancient and malevolent entity. The Time Wraith was a being outside the flow of time, a predator that fed on the disruption of temporal energy. It moved with an eerie grace, its form flickering in and out of existence as it approached the village. The villagers, once jubilant, now cried out in terror, their faith in Ellara replaced by fear. The Time Wraith began its assault. targeting not the villagers themselves, but the very fabric of their reality. Crops that had just begun to flourish withered again in an instant, their growth reversed as though time itself had unraveled. Structures that had stood for generations crumbled into dust, their history erased in mere moments. The villagers screamed and scattered, but there was no escape from the Wraith's relentless advance. Elara knew she had to act. She turned back to the obelisk, her hands trembling as she tried to deactivate it, but the artifact resisted her efforts. Its energy had grown unstable, feeding off the chaos the Wraith had unleashed. In the midst of the chaos, Elara's mind raced. She had to find a way to stop the Wraith and undo the damage she had caused. But the obelisk's power was unpredictable, and the Wraith was a force unlike anything she had ever encountered. The villagers, caught between their reverence for Elara and their terror of the Wraith, looked to her for salvation once more. But this time, she knew she couldn't promise them safety. The stakes were far greater than a failing harvest. They were now fighting for the very survival of their world. Elara stood before the obelisk, its ancient surface humming faintly with an energy that seemed to pulse in time with her own heartbeat. The plan was clear in her mind: channel the obelisk's latent power, amplify it, and create a temporal trap strong enough to ensnare the Time Wraith. But as she turned to address the gathered villagers, the weight of their fear pressed against her like a tangible force. Their eyes, wide with suspicion and mistrust, bore into her, and the air between them felt charged with tension. The Time Wraith had already taken so much lives, memories, even fragments of their history. To the villagers, the obelisk was a relic of their ancestors, a symbol of their past, and now Elara was asking them to risk it all. This isn't just about survival, she began, her voice steady but carrying an edge of urgency. This is about reclaiming what's been stolen from us. The Wraith feeds on time itself, unraveling the threads of our existence. If we don't act now, there won't be anything left to protect. Her words hung in the air, met with uneasy murmurs and sideways glances. An elderly man stepped forward, his weathered face etched with skepticism. And what if your plan fails? What if the obelisk is destroyed and we're left with nothing? We've already lost too much to trust in something we don't understand. His voice trembled, not with anger, but with the deep-seated fear of a man who had seen too much loss. Elara hesitated, searching for the right words. She couldn't blame them for their doubt. The Time Wraith was a force beyond comprehension, and her plan relied on a power they couldn't fully grasp. But she knew she had to bridge the gap between their fear and her vision. "I understand your hesitation," she said softly, her tone more empathetic now. "I've seen what the Wraith can do. It took my family, my home, my future. But I've also seen what the obelisk is capable of. It's not just a relic. It's a tool, a weapon, and our only chance to fight back." She stepped closer to the obelisk, placing her hand against its surface. The hum grew louder, resonating through her palm and up her arm. This energy, it's alive, it's connected to us, to our history, to the very fabric of time. If we can harness it, we can create a trap that the Wraith can't escape. But I can't do this alone. I need your trust, your belief, your strength. The villagers exchanged uncertain glances, their fear still palpable. A young woman, barely more than a girl, stepped forward. Her hands were clenched into fists, but her voice was steady. "We've been running from the Wraith for too long. Hiding hasn't saved us. Maybe it's time to fight." Her words seemed to ignite a spark in the crowd, and slowly others began to nod in agreement. Elara felt a flicker of hope. She knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but for the first time, she wasn't facing it alone. Together, they began to prepare, gathering materials and aligning the obelisk's energy with the temporal frequencies of the Wraith. Each step brought them closer to the moment of confrontation, but also closer to each other, united by a shared purpose. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, Elara stood at the center of their makeshift circle. The obelisk glowed faintly, its energy building with each passing moment. She could feel the Wraith's presence, a cold, creeping sensation at the edge of her awareness. It was coming, and soon they would have to face it together. The villagers' fear hadn't vanished, but it had been tempered by a fragile, growing trust. And in that trust, Elara found the strength to believe that they might just have a chance. The villagers worked tirelessly, their movements swift and precise as they guided Elara through the ancient rituals needed to trap the Time Wraith. The air crackled with energy, the obelisk glowing brighter with each incantation. Finally, with a deafening roar, the wraith was drawn into the stone, its form dissolving into a swirl of light that vanished into the obelisk's depths. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, but Elara's triumph was fleeting. No sooner had the wraith been contained than the Chrono-Key at her side began to flicker erratically, its hum turning into a discordant buzz. She stared at the device, her heart sinking as its once stable glow dimmed and flared unpredictably. The villagers, sensing her unease, gathered closer, their expressions shifting from relief to concern. Elara knew what this meant. Her ability to navigate time was faltering. The Chrono-Key, her lifeline through the ages, was no longer reliable. Each jump she had made, each leap across centuries, had strained its delicate mechanisms, and now it was beginning to fail. The realization hit her like a wave. If the key broke, she would be stranded, unable to return to her own time or continue her mission. The villagers, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Chrono-Key, understood the gravity of the situation. One elder stepped forward, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "This device, it binds you to the flow of time, yes. If it falters, the consequences could be dire." Elara nodded, her mind racing. She had always known the risks of tampering with time, but the reality of being trapped in an unfamiliar era was a fear she had pushed aside. Now it loomed large, threatening to overshadow her mission. As she examined the key, she noticed something strange, a faint, pulsing light deep within its core that she had never seen before. It was as if the device itself was trying to communicate, to warn her of the instability it could no longer contain. The villagers watched in silence, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. One of them, a young woman with keen eyes, spoke up. "Perhaps the key is not just a tool. Perhaps it is alive in its own way. It feels the strain of your journey, just as you do." Elara considered this, her thoughts swirling. Could the Chrono-Key have its own consciousness, or was it simply reacting to the immense forces it had been subjected to? Either way, the implications were clear. Her time jumps were becoming increasingly dangerous. Each leap risked not only her own safety, but also the delicate balance of the timeline itself. She couldn't afford another misstep. The villagers, sensing her resolve, offered their assistance once more. "We may not understand the ways of time," the elders said, "but we know the power of unity. If there is a way to stabilize the key, we will help you find it." Elara felt a surge of gratitude. These people, who had once been strangers, had become her allies in a fight that spanned centuries. Together, they began to piece together a plan, drawing on both ancient wisdom and the cryptic clues hidden within the Chrono-Key's flickering light. But time was not on their side. The key's erratic behavior grew more pronounced, its hum now a jarring staccato that seemed to echo the instability of the timeline itself. Elara knew she had to act quickly. The next jump would be her most dangerous yet, a leap into the unknown with a device that could fail at any moment. Yet, despite the risks, she felt a strange sense of determination. The journey had brought her here, to this moment, and she would see it through, no matter the cost. Elara's next leap through the time stream was unlike any she had experienced before. The sensation of temporal displacement was sharper, colder, as if the fabric of time itself had grown brittle. When she materialized, the sight before her was both haunting and surreal. The Earth she knew, a vibrant, life-filled planet, was gone. In its place stretched an endless expanse of cracked, lifeless soil, the sky above a dull, ashen gray. The air was thin, almost unbreathable, and the silence was deafening. This was no longer the Earth of lush forests and teeming oceans. This was a wasteland, a graveyard of a world that had once thrived. As she moved cautiously across the desolate landscape, Elara spotted something in the distance, a massive, shimmering dome. Its surface glinted faintly in the weak sunlight, a stark contrast to the barrenness around it. Drawing closer, she realized it was one of many such structures, scattered like islands in a sea of ruin. These were the last refuges of humanity, the final bastions against a planet that had turned against its inhabitants. Inside the dome, the atmosphere was starkly different. The air was clean, the temperature controlled, and the hum of machinery filled the space. People moved about with purpose, but their faces carried a weight of resignation, as if they had long since accepted their fate. Elara approached a group of workers, their uniforms marked with symbols she didn't recognize. When she introduced herself, they regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. One of them, a woman named Kayla, agreed to explain what had happened. "The Earth you knew is gone," Kayla began, her voice heavy with regret. "It wasn't a natural disaster or an alien invasion that brought us to this point. It was us, humanity's own hubris. The Ithorians, those who came before us, discovered the secrets of time travel. They thought they could manipulate time without consequence, bending it to their will. But time is not a force to be controlled. It's a delicate balance, and they tipped it too far." Elara listened intently, her mind racing. The Ithorians, the ancient civilization she had been learning about, were not just pioneers of time travel, they were its victims. Kayla explained how the Ithorians' experiments created ripples across the time stream, destabilizing the very fabric of reality. Each leap through time, each attempt to alter history, caused fractures that grew wider and more dangerous. The Temporal Collapse, as it came to be known, was the final, catastrophic result. Entire timelines were erased, and the Earth itself was caught in the crossfire. The planet's ecosystems collapsed, its atmosphere thinned, and its resources were drained. What remained was a shell of its former self. "We've tried to rebuild," Kayla continued, gesturing to the dome around them. "But it's a fragile existence. The domes are our only protection now, and even they are starting to fail. The Ithorians' mistakes have left us with no future, only the slow decline of what's left." Elara felt a pang of sorrow, not just for the people here, but for the generations that had been lost. The Ithorians had sought to master time, to shape the universe to their desires, but in doing so, they had doomed themselves and their descendants. Their downfall, Kayla explained, was inevitable. Time, when abused, has a way of correcting itself, often with devastating consequences. As Elara absorbed this revelation, she couldn't help but wonder about her own role in all of this. Why had she been sent here? What was she meant to learn from this bleak future? The answers were still out of reach, but one thing was clear: the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. The Temporal Collapse was not just a warning from the past, it was a glimpse of what could happen again if the mistakes of the Ithorians were repeated. Kayla handed her a small data crystal, its surface etched with Ithorian symbols. "This contains what little we know about their experiments," she said. "Maybe it can help you understand, and maybe, just maybe, prevent this from happening again." Elara took the crystal, feeling its weight in her hand. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she knew one thing for sure: the choices she made would shape not just her own fate, but the fate of countless timelines. The Ithorian story was a cautionary tale, and it was up to her to ensure their mistakes were never repeated. Elara stepped into the domed city, her boots echoing softly against the polished floor. The air hummed with a faint, otherworldly energy, and the walls shimmered with patterns of light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. It was as if the city itself was alive, a living testament to the Ithorians' mastery over forces humanity could barely comprehend. She had come seeking answers, but what she found was far more than she had bargained for. In the heart of the city, she was greeted by Dr. Kyan, a scientist whose sharp eyes betrayed a mind constantly at work. His lab was a chaotic symphony of holographic displays, ancient artifacts, and devices that seemed to defy the laws of physics. He gestured for her to sit, his movements precise, almost mechanical. "You've come a long way to find the truth," he said, his voice calm but laced with urgency. "And the truth is far more dangerous than you realize, Doctor." Kyan began by explaining the Ithorians' legacy. Their civilization had not merely excelled in technology, they had transcended it. They had unlocked the secrets of time itself, bending it to their will. And at the center of their achievements was the Chrono-Key, a device Elara had believed was merely a tool for traversing the timelines. But as Dr. Kyan spoke, the gravity of her mission began to weigh heavily on her shoulders. The Chrono-Key is not just a means of travel, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. It is a weapon, one capable of rewriting history itself. Imagine the power to erase entire civilizations, to undo events that shaped the course of existence. In the wrong hands, it could unravel the very fabric of reality. Elara felt a chill run down her spine. She had seen glimpses of the Ithorians' power, but this revelation was something else entirely. The Chrono-Key was no mere artifact, it was a force of creation and destruction, a tool that could reshape the universe. And if it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dr. Kyan leaned forward, his expression grave. The Ithorians knew the dangers of their own technology. That's why they hid the Chrono-Key, why they scattered its components across time and space. They understood that such power could never be entrusted to a single individual, not even themselves. But now, someone is searching for it, and if they succeed, everything we know, everything that ever was or will be, could be erased. Elara's mind raced. She had always known her quest was important, but now it felt overwhelming. The stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. The Chrono-Key wasn't just a relic of a lost civilization. It was a ticking time bomb, one that could obliterate the very concept of history. Dr. Kyan handed her a small, crystalline device. This will help you track the remaining fragments of the Chrono-Key, he said, but be warned, the closer you get to the truth, the more dangerous it becomes. There are forces at work that will stop at nothing to claim it. As Elara left the lab, the weight of her mission pressed down on her like never before. The domed city, with its shimmering walls and humming energy, no longer felt like a sanctuary. It was a reminder of the fragility of existence, of the delicate balance that held the universe together. And as she stepped back into the unknown, she knew one thing for certain: the fate of history itself now rested in her hands. Dr. Kyan's voice was heavy with urgency as he turned to face Elara, his eyes reflecting the dim glow of the Chrono-Key in her hands. Elara, what you're considering, it's not just dangerous, it's reckless. The Chrono-Key isn't a tool for rewriting history. It's a force beyond our comprehension. One misstep, and the ripple effects could tear apart the fabric of time itself. His words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes they were facing. But Elara's resolve didn't waver. She gripped the device tighter, her gaze steady. I understand the risks, Dr. Kyan, but what's the alternative? Letting the Ithorians vanish into nothingness? Letting the Temporal Collapse erase everything they've built, everything they are? I can't just stand by and watch that happen. The tension between them was palpable. Dr. Kyan, ever the scholar, had spent years studying the delicate balance of time, understanding its fragility in ways few others could. He knew the dangers of meddling with events that had already unfolded. The past isn't something we can reshape like clay, Elara. Every action has consequences, and those consequences could spiral out of control. What if saving the Ithorians leads to an even greater catastrophe? What if it triggers a paradox that unravels not just their timeline, but ours as well? His voice softened, his concern for her evident. I don't want to see you bear the weight of that. Elara paused, her mind racing through the possibilities. She knew Dr. Kyan was speaking from a place of wisdom, but her heart was screaming at her to act. The Ithorians weren't just a civilization lost to time, they were a people she had come to know, to care for. Their stories, their struggles, their hopes, it all felt personal now. I've seen what happens when we do nothing, she said quietly. The temporal collapse isn't just a theory anymore, it's happening, and if we don't intervene, it's only going to get worse. The Ithorians deserve a chance, Dr. Kyan. They deserve to exist. Dr. Kyan sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. I'm not saying we should abandon them. But there has to be another way, a safer way. The Chrono-Key is a last resort, Elara. Using it to alter the past could destabilize the entire temporal continuum. We're talking about consequences we can't predict, let alone control. He stepped closer, his tone pleading. Please, think this through. There's too much at stake to act on impulse. Elara met his gaze, her determination unwavering. I have thought it through, and I know the risks, but sometimes you have to take a leap of faith. The Ithorians are counting on us on me. If we don't act now, their story ends here, and I can't let that happen. Not when I have the power to change it. Her voice was firm, but there was a flicker of doubt beneath the surface. She knew Dr. Kion was right about the dangers, but the thought of standing by while an entire civilization was erased was unbearable. For a moment, the room was silent, the weight of their decision pressing down on them both. Dr. Kion finally nodded, though his expression was still troubled. If you're set on this path, then I'll stand by you, but promise me one thing, Elara. Promise me you'll be careful. The Chrono-Key is a double-edged sword. One wrong move, and you could lose everything, not just the Ithorians, but yourself as well. Elara took a deep breath, her grip on the Chrono-Key tightening. I'll be careful, she said, her voice steady, but I won't back down, not when so much is on the line. As she activated the device, its light grew brighter, casting long shadows across the room. The air seemed to hum with energy, a tangible reminder of the power she now held. Dr. Kion watched her with a mixture of admiration and fear, knowing that the path she had chosen was fraught with peril. But he also knew that Elara's determination was unshakable, and in that moment he couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, she could succeed where others had failed. The dim glow of the Chrono-Key flickered weakly in Elara's hands, its once vibrant light now a faint pulse. She and Dr. Kion huddled over the ancient device in the heart of the research outpost, their tools scattered across the work table. The air was thick with tension, the kind that comes when time itself feels like it's running out. The energy matrix is unstable, Dr. Kion muttered, his voice steady but laced with urgency. If we don't recalibrate the quantum alignment, the key won't hold long enough to open the portal. Elara nodded, her fingers moving deftly over the intricate circuitry. She could feel the weight of their task pressing down on her, the fate of not just their mission, but perhaps the entire timeline, resting on their ability to fix this. As they worked, Elara couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air seemed heavier, the shadows deeper. She glanced toward the outpost's reinforced windows, where the stars outside seemed dimmer than usual. Do you feel that? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Kion paused, his sharp eyes narrowing as he followed her gaze. Something's coming, he said, his tone grim. And it's not friendly. Before they could react, the room was plunged into darkness. The lights flickered and died, leaving only the faint glow of the Chrono-Key to illuminate their faces. A low, resonant hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. Elara's heart raced as she recognized the sound. It was the same frequency they'd heard when the Time Wraith had first appeared. It's here, she said, her voice tight with fear. And it's not alone. The Time Wraith materialized in the center of the room, its form shifting and twisting like smoke caught in a storm. But this time, it was different. The creature was larger, its presence more oppressive, and its glowing eyes burned with a malevolent intensity that made the air itself feel charged. Elara's breath caught in her throat. It's stronger, she whispered. How is that possible? Dr. Kion's mind raced, his scientific instincts kicking into overdrive. It must have absorbed energy from the temporal rift, he said, his voice calm but urgent. Every second we spent trying to repair the key, it was growing stronger. It's feeding on the instability we're trying to fix. The implications were staggering. If the Time Wraith had gained this much power, it wasn't just a threat to them, it was a threat to the fabric of reality itself. The Wraith lunged, its form expanding like a tidal wave of darkness. Elara and Dr. Kyan dove in opposite directions, the table between them shattering under the force of the creature's attack. Sparks flew as the Chrono-Key clattered to the ground, its fragile light flickering dangerously. "We have to get it out of here," Elara shouted, scrambling to her feet. Dr. Kyan nodded, already moving toward the key, but before he could reach it, the Wraith struck again, its tendrils lashing out like whips of shadow. Elara acted on instinct, grabbing a nearby device and hurling it at the creature. The impact created a brief burst of light, forcing the Wraith to recoil. It's vulnerable to energy surges, she realized, her mind racing. If we can overload it, even for a moment, we might be able to trap it. Dr. Kyan nodded, his hands flying over the controls of a nearby console. "I can reroute the outpost's power grid," he said, "but it'll take time. You'll have to keep it distracted." As Dr. Kyan worked, Elara faced the Time Wraith alone, her every move calculated to draw its attention. She dodged and weaved, using the environment to her advantage, but the creature was relentless. Its attacks grew more ferocious, each strike bringing it closer to her. She could feel the weight of its presence pressing down on her, a suffocating reminder of the danger they were in. Just as the Wraith closed in, Dr. Kyan's voice cut through the chaos. "Now," he shouted. Elara dove to the side as a surge of energy erupted from the console, crashing into the creature. The Wraith let out a deafening roar, its form flickering and distorting as the energy overwhelmed it. For a moment, it seemed like they had won, but then, with a final, ear-splitting shriek, the Wraith vanished, not destroyed, but temporarily banished. Elara and Dr. Kyan stood in the wreckage of the outpost, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "It's not over," Elara said, her voice trembling. "It's only a matter of time before it comes back." Dr. Kyan nodded, his expression grim. "Then we'd better finish what we started," he said, picking up the Chrono-Key, "because if it returns, we might not be so lucky next time." The air crackled with tension as Elara gripped the Chrono-Key, its faint glow reflecting the urgency in her eyes. The Time Wraith loomed before her, a shadowy figure that seemed to warp the very fabric of reality around it. Its presence was overwhelming, a chaotic force that threatened to unravel the timeline itself. Elara knew this was the moment she had been preparing for, the moment that would determine not just her fate, but the fate of countless worlds intertwined in the delicate web of time. She raised the Chrono-Key, its intricate design humming with latent power. The device had been her constant companion, a tool of immense potential that had guided her through the labyrinth of history. But now, it was her only hope against the Time Wraith. With a deep breath, she activated the key, its energy surging as it locked onto the Wraith's temporal signature. The air shimmered, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble as the key began to unravel the threads of the Wraith's existence. The battle was fierce, a clash of wills as much as a clash of forces. The Wraith lashed out, its tendrils of distorted time swirling around Elara, threatening to pull her into the abyss, but she stood firm, channeling every ounce of focus into the Chrono-Key. She could feel the strain, the device growing heavier in her hands as it siphoned the Wraith's chaotic energy. The key's glow intensified, a brilliant burst of light that seemed to pierce through the darkness. And then, with a deafening roar, the Wraith was torn from the present, its form dissolving as it was hurled back to its point of origin in the distant past. For a moment there was silence. Elara's chest heaved as she caught her breath, the weight of the battle settling over her, but her relief was short-lived. She glanced down at the Chrono-Key, its glow now flickering weakly. The device had expended nearly all its energy in the confrontation, leaving her stranded in a future she had never intended to visit. The once vibrant key now felt cold and lifeless in her hands, a stark reminder of the cost of her victory. The world around her was unrecognizable. The landscape stretched out in all directions, a strange blend of advanced technology and ruins that spoke of a civilization that had risen and fallen countless times. Towering structures of metal and glass pierced the sky, their surfaces gleaming in the dim light of a sun that seemed older, more distant. Yet among these marvels lay remnants of decay-shattered buildings, overgrown vegetation reclaiming the land, and the eerie quiet of a world that had moved on without her. Elara's mind raced as she assessed her situation. The Chrono-Key was her lifeline, her way to navigate the currents of time. Without it, she was adrift, a single thread untethered from the tapestry of history. But she wasn't one to surrender to despair. She had faced impossible odds before, and she would find a way to adapt to survive. The key might be drained, but it wasn't beyond repair. Somewhere in this future, there had to be a way to restore its power, a source of energy, a forgotten technology, or perhaps even the remnants of the very civilization that had created it. As she began to explore this strange new world, Elara couldn't shake the feeling that her journey was far from over. The Time Wraith had been defeated, but its existence raised more questions than answers. Who or what had created it, and why had it been sent to disrupt the timeline? The answers lay hidden in the shadows of this future, waiting to be uncovered. And as Elara took her first steps into the unknown, she knew that her greatest challenge was yet to come. As the dim light of the ancient chamber flickered, Dr. Kyan's voice cut through the silence with a gravity that made the air itself feel heavier. The Chrono-Key, he began, his words measured and deliberate, is not just a relic of the Ithorians. It's a fragment of their world, their essence, and to restore its power, we must return to the source. The only place it can be recharged is their homeworld. Elara's breath hitched, her mind racing as the implications settled in. The Ithorians' homeworld wasn't just distant, it was gone, destroyed in the Temporal Collapse, a cataclysm that had fractured time itself, leaving only echoes of what once was. She turned to Kyan, her voice steady but laced with urgency. If their world was destroyed, how can we possibly go back? The Temporal Collapse erased entire timelines. It's not just a matter of distance, it's a matter of existence. Kyan's expression was grim, yet there was a flicker of determination in his eyes. The collapse didn't erase everything, he explained. Fragments of their world still exist, suspended in the folds of time, but reaching them, it's not just dangerous, it's a gamble with reality itself. One misstep, and we could unravel the very fabric of our own timeline. Elara's thoughts spiraled as she weighed the stakes. The mission was no longer just about uncovering the secrets of the Aetherians or preventing the temporal rifts from consuming their present. It was about venturing into the unknown, into a place where the rules of time and space no longer applied. The risks were unimaginable, but so were the consequences of failure. The Chrono-Key was their only hope to stabilize the fractures tearing through the universe. Without it, everything they knew, every moment, every life, could vanish. She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. If that's what it takes, she said, her voice firm, then I'll do it, I'll risk everything. Kyan nodded, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of concern. You understand what this means, don't you? The Ithorians' homeworld exists in a state of temporal flux. It's not just a physical journey, it's a mental one. The very act of entering that space could alter your perception of time, of reality. Are you prepared for that? Elara paused, her mind racing through the possibilities. She thought of the people she had met along this journey, the allies who had sacrificed so much, the lives hanging in the balance. She thought of the weight of her own choices, the moments that had brought her here. And then she thought of the alternative, a universe unraveling, timelines colliding, and the ultimate erasure of everything she held dear. There was no other choice. I'm ready, she said, her voice unwavering. I'll face whatever comes. Kyan's expression softened, a rare glimpse of admiration breaking through his usual stoicism. Then we'll need to prepare. The journey will require not just physical endurance but mental fortitude. The Ithorians' homeworld is a place where time bends, where past, present, and future coexist. You'll need to anchor yourself, to hold onto who you are, or risk losing yourself entirely. He reached into his satchel, pulling out a small, intricately carved device. "This," he said, handing it to her, "is a temporal anchor. It will help stabilize your mind, but it's not infallible. You'll still need to rely on your own strength." Elara examined the device, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer as she turned it in her hands. It felt alive, pulsing faintly with an energy she couldn't quite place. "How do I use it?" she asked. Kyan's gaze was steady. "Focus on your core memories, the moments that define you. The anchor will amplify them, but it's up to you to hold on. Remember, time in that place is fluid. It will test you in ways you can't predict." As she tucked the anchor into her belt, Elara felt a surge of determination. This wasn't just about survival, it was about redemption, about proving that even in the face of impossible odds, humanity, and the universe itself, could endure. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but she knew one thing for certain: she would not falter. The fate of countless lives depended on her, and she would see this through, no matter the cost. The air inside the Chrono-Key's chamber hummed faintly, a reminder of the dwindling energy reserves. Elara adjusted the controls, her fingers trembling slightly as she input the coordinates for the Ithorian's homeworld. Dr. Kyan stood beside her, his usual calm demeanor tinged with a rare intensity. "This is it," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the low hum. "The last spark of power in this device. Once we activate it, there's no turning back." Elara nodded, her gaze fixed on the glowing interface. She knew the risks, but the weight of what they had already uncovered. The fragmented history of the Ithorians, the cryptic warnings of a galactic collapse, left no room for hesitation. With a deep breath, she pressed the final sequence. The transition was unlike anything they had experienced before. The Chrono-Key's energy, now faint and erratic, sent them hurtling through a distorted cascade of light and shadow. For a moment, it felt as though time itself was unraveling around them. Then, with a jarring thud, they materialized on a desolate plain beneath a blood-red sky. Above them loomed a dying star, its faint light casting eerie shadows across the cracked and barren landscape. The air was thin, almost suffocating, and the ground beneath their feet crumbled like ancient ash. This was the Ithorians' homeworld, or what remained of it. Elara crouched, brushing her hand over the cracked soil. "It's hard to believe this place was once a thriving civilization," she murmured. "Everything here feels hollow." Dr. Kyan scanned the horizon with his portable analyzer, the device emitting a series of faint beeps. "The readings matched the ancient records," he said. "This planet was once a hub of technological and cultural advancement. But something catastrophic happened, something that tore it apart from within." His voice trailed off as he pointed toward a jagged structure in the distance, barely visible through the haze. That's where we need to go." As they approached, the structure revealed itself to be a massive vault, its surface etched with intricate symbols that pulsed faintly with an inner light. The carvings depicted scenes of great ships traversing the stars, of vast cities gleaming under twin suns, and of a people united in purpose. But interspersed among these images were darker motifs: cracked skies, crumbling towers, and figures fleeing in terror. Elara traced the symbols with her gloved hand, her mind racing to decipher their meaning. "This isn't just a vault," she said slowly. "It's a warning." They knew this was coming. They tried to prepare for it. Dr. Kyan examined the vault's entrance, his analyzer now emitting a steady stream of data. "The energy signature here is unlike anything I've seen before," he said. "It's not just mechanical, it's almost alive." He paused, his brow furrowed. "And it's responding to us." As if on cue, the symbols began to glow brighter, and a low, resonant tone filled the air. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, and the vault's massive doors began to creak open, revealing a dimly lit interior. Inside, the air was cool and still, the walls lined with crystalline structures that refracted the faint light into shimmering patterns. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and atop it rested a small, intricately carved object, a perfect match for the fragments they had already recovered. Elara approached it cautiously, her heart pounding. "This is it," she whispered, "the final piece." As she reached out to take it, the chamber suddenly came alive, the walls projecting holographic images of the Ithorians themselves. Their faces were solemn, their voices echoing in a language that was both alien and eerily familiar. The message was clear. The Ithorians had foreseen their own destruction, not as an inevitability, but as a consequence of their hubris. They had reached too far, too fast, and in their pursuit of power, they had awakened something ancient and malevolent. The vault was not just a repository of knowledge, it was a final plea to those who might follow in their footsteps. A plea to learn from their mistakes. Elara held the final piece in her hands, feeling its weight not just physical, but symbolic. "This isn't just about solving a puzzle," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her chest. "It's about understanding what we're up against and making sure we don't repeat their mistakes." Dr. Kyan nodded, his expression grim. "The answers we've been searching for are here. But so are the questions we didn't even know to ask." As they left the vault, the dying star above them cast long shadows across the desolate landscape. The Chrono-Key was nearly spent, their time here limited, but what they had uncovered would change everything. The final piece of the puzzle was in their hands, and with it, the fate of countless worlds. As Elara stepped deeper into the vault, the air grew colder, and the faint hum of ancient technology reverberated through the walls. Her footsteps echoed softly as she approached a central pedestal, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly in the dim light. At its apex, a small crystalline orb pulsed with a soft blue glow, as if alive. Hesitating for only a moment, she reached out and touched it. Instantly, the room erupted into light, and a holographic figure materialized before her, all regal and radiating an aura of quiet authority. The figure spoke, its voice calm yet tinged with an undercurrent of sorrow. "If you are hearing this, then the temporal collapse has come to pass, and our civilization has faded into the annals of history. I am Alien, the last leader of the Ithorians. What I am about to reveal may shatter your understanding of time, destiny, and the choices we make to protect what we hold dear." Elara stood transfixed, her breath caught in her throat as Alien continued. The temporal collapse was not an accident. It was a calculated decision, one made with the heaviest of hearts. For centuries, we Ithorians studied the threads of time, weaving through its fabric to glimpse the future. What we saw terrified us. A cataclysm of unimaginable scale loomed on the horizon, a convergence of cosmic forces that would tear reality apart, erasing all life, all memory, all existence. We faced an impossible choice: allow the universe to unravel or sever the timeline ourselves, halting the chain reaction before it could begin. Elara's mind raced as she tried to process the enormity of what she was hearing. The temporal collapse, the event that had erased the Ithorians from history, had been an act of sacrifice, not an error, but a desperate gambit to save the cosmos itself. Alien's holographic form shimmered, as if the weight of his words strained the ancient technology preserving his message. "We knew the cost," he said. "By collapsing the timeline, we erased ourselves from existence. Our cities, our achievements, our very memories were wiped from the fabric of reality. But in doing so, we averted the greater catastrophe. The universe you inhabit now, fragmented and imperfect as it may seem, is a testament to our choice. It is a world that still has a future." The revelation left Elara reeling. The Ithorians, once thought to be victims of a tragic accident, had instead been architects of their own demise, heroes who had chosen oblivion to spare the cosmos. She felt a surge of emotions, awe, grief, and a profound respect for the civilization that had willingly sacrificed itself. But as the holographic message continued, Alien's tone shifted, his voice growing urgent. "There is more you must know. The temporal collapse was not a permanent solution. It bought time, but the forces we sought to contain are not so easily defeated. They linger, dormant yet ever-present, waiting for the right moment to resurface. You, Elara, have been drawn here for a reason. The artifacts you seek are not mere relics of a forgotten age. They are keys to a power that could either restore balance or unleash chaos. The choice will be yours. The hologram flickered, its light dimming as Alien's final words echoed through the vault. Guard this knowledge carefully. The fate of the universe may once again rest in the hands of one who dares to walk the path of the Aetherians. With that, the hologram dissolved, leaving Elara alone in the silent vault, the weight of her discovery pressing heavily upon her. She glanced at the artifacts she had collected, their once mysterious purpose now clear. They were not merely tools of the past, they were instruments of destiny, and the responsibility that came with them was both daunting and inescapable. As she stepped out of the vault, the world outside seemed different, as if the very air vibrated with the echoes of Alien's revelation. The temporal collapse had been a sacrifice, but it was also a warning. The Ithorians had given everything to save the universe, but their work was unfinished, and now it fell to Elara to decide what came next. The leader's voice grew heavier, carrying the weight of a revelation that seemed to defy everything they had ever understood about the cosmos. He explained that the Ithorians, in their relentless pursuit of knowledge, had stumbled upon something far beyond their comprehension, a parallel universe where time itself flowed in reverse. Picture a world where rivers run uphill, where the sun sets in the east, and where every moment unravels backward, like a film played in reverse. This wasn't just a theoretical concept, it was a tangible reality, a mirror dimension that existed alongside their own, governed by laws that defied logic. The Ithorians, ever the pioneers, had sought to bridge the gap between these two universes. Using the Chrono-Key, they began experiments to manipulate the flow of time, hoping to harness the energy of this parallel reality. But what they didn't anticipate was the fragility of the boundary separating the two worlds. Every attempt to open a doorway between them sent ripples through the fabric of existence, destabilizing the delicate balance that kept the universes apart. The leader paused, his gaze steady but haunted, as he recounted how the Ithorians had underestimated the consequences of their actions. They had believed their technology was infallible, that their mastery over time was absolute. But the more they meddled, the closer they came to triggering an unstoppable chain reaction, one that would merge the two realities into a chaotic, irreversible singularity. Imagine two rivers converging into one, their currents clashing, their waters churning into a whirlpool that consumes everything in its path. That was the danger they faced. If the universes merged, the forward-flowing time of their world would collide with the backward-flowing time of the parallel dimension, creating a paradox so immense that it could unravel existence itself. The leader's words painted a vivid picture of the chaos that would ensue, planets collapsing into stars, stars vanishing into nothingness, and entire civilizations erased from history as the timelines intertwined. It wasn't just the end of their world, it was the end of all worlds, a cosmic catastrophe born from the hubris of those who dared to play with forces they couldn't fully understand. The Ithorians had realized their mistake too late. By the time they understood the magnitude of the threat, the chain reaction had already begun. The Chrono-Key, once a symbol of their ingenuity, had become a harbinger of doom. Every activation of the device weakened the barrier between the universes, accelerating the inevitable collapse. The leader's voice trembled as he described the final moments of their civilization, the desperate attempts to shut down the experiments, the frantic efforts to stabilize the timelines, and the heartbreaking realization that they could not undo what they had set in motion. In the end, they had no choice but to abandon their world, fleeing into the unknown in a last-ditch effort to preserve what little they could of their legacy. As the leader spoke, the gravity of the situation settled over the group. This wasn't just a story about a lost civilization, it was a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked ambition, a reminder that even the most advanced societies could fall victim to their own hubris. The Aetherians had sought to conquer time, but in doing so, they had nearly destroyed it. And now, as the group listened, they couldn't help but wonder, had they inherited not just the secrets of the Ithorians, but their mistakes as well? The Chrono-Key was still out there, its power waiting to be unlocked. But at what cost? The leader's words lingered in the air, a sobering reminder of the thin line between discovery and destruction. Elara stood in the dim glow of the ancient chamber, the weight of the decision pressing down on her like the gravity of a collapsing star. The Chrono-Key, shimmering faintly in her hands, pulsed with an otherworldly energy, as if it knew the role it played in the delicate balance of time itself. Around her, the air seemed to thicken, the walls of the temple vibrating with the strain of a universe on the brink of unraveling. The temporal collapse was no longer a distant threat. It was here, and it was accelerating. Every second that passed brought the fabric of reality closer to tearing apart. Her mind raced, piecing together the fragments of what she had learned. The Chrono-Key was the linchpin, the device that had allowed her to traverse the timelines and uncover the secrets of the lost civilizations, but it was also the source of the instability. Every time it had been used, every journey through the folds of time had left a scar on the continuum, and now those scars were spreading, merging into a catastrophic rift that threatened to consume everything. The only way to stop it was to destroy the key, but doing so would sever her connection to the present and to her own time. She would be stranded in this ancient era, forever cut off from the life she had known. The thought of staying here, in a world so alien to her, sent a shiver through her. She thought of the people she had left behind, her friends, her family, the life she had built. The faces of those she loved flashed before her eyes, their voices echoing in her memory. To stay here would mean never seeing them again, never hearing their laughter or feeling their warmth. It would mean giving up everything she had ever known, but to save them, to save the universe, she would have to make that sacrifice. Her gaze fell to the Chrono-Key once more. Its light flickered as if it were alive, as if it were pleading with her. She could feel its power, the way it thrummed beneath her fingers, a constant reminder of the responsibilities she had been entrusted with. The civilizations she had encountered on her journey had all faced their own crossroads, moments where they had to choose between self-preservation and the greater good. Some had succeeded, their legacies enduring through the ages. Others had failed, their worlds crumbling under the weight of their own hubris, and now it was her turn to make that choice. A memory surfaced, one of the last conversations she had with the Oracle of Aetherians, the enigmatic figure who had guided her through the early stages of her quest. The Oracle had warned her that the path ahead would demand everything of her, that the cost of saving the universe might be more than she was willing to pay. At the time, Elara had dismissed the words as a cryptic riddle, a test of her resolve, but now she understood. The Oracle had known all along. This was the moment she had been preparing for, the moment that would define not just her fate, but the fate of all existence. The chamber around her seemed to close in, the air growing heavier with each passing second. She could feel the temporal collapse approaching, its presence like a storm on the horizon, dark and inevitable. There was no more time to hesitate, no more room for doubt. She had to act. With a deep breath, Elara tightened her grip on the Chrono-Key. Its light flared brighter, casting long shadows across the chamber. She could feel the energy building, the device resisting her will, as if it knew what she intended to do. But she didn't falter. She thought of the countless lives that depended on her, the futures that hung in the balance. And in that moment, she made her choice. The key shattered in her hands, its light exploding outward in a blinding cascade. The force of it knocked her backward, the sound of breaking glass echoing through the chamber. For a moment, everything was still, the world holding its breath, and then the energy dissipated, leaving only silence in its wake. Elara lay on the cold stone floor, the remnants of the Chrono-Key scattered around her. She felt the weight of the past settle over her, the finality of her decisions sinking in. The temporal collapse had been averted, the universe saved. But the cost was written in the emptiness of her heart, the knowledge that she would never return to the life she had known. As she rose to her feet, the chamber seemed quieter, the air lighter. The threat was gone, but so was her connection to the future. She was alone now, a stranger in a world that was not her own. The path ahead was uncertain, but she had made her choice. And in that choice, she had found a strength she never knew she possessed. The echoes of her journey lingered in the silence, a testament to the sacrifices made and the lives saved. Elara took a step forward, her resolve unshaken. The past was now her present, and her future was yet to be written. As Elara tightened her grip on the Chrono-Key, the air around her grew heavy, electric with the tension of the moment. The device pulsed faintly in her hands, its intricate gears and glowing filaments humming with the weight of countless timelines. She raised it high, ready to shatter it against the jagged rock beneath her feet. But just as she brought it down, a blinding flash of light erupted, and the Time Wraith materialized before her, its form now more horrifying than ever. No longer the shadowy, fragmented entity she had encountered before, it had transformed. Its body shimmered with the chaotic energy of the parallel universe, its edges flickering like a broken hologram, and its voice, a deep, resonant echo, spoke with a clarity that sent shivers down her spine. Elara, it intoned, its words carrying an otherworldly weight. You stand at the precipice of a choice that will ripple across all existence, destroy the Chrono-Key, and you doom countless worlds to entropy. But spare it, and I will grant you power beyond imagination. Its form shifted, tendrils of light and shadow curling around her, not threatening but almost persuasive. Imagine it, the ability to reshape reality, to bend time itself to your will. No longer would you be bound by the frailties of mortality. You could become a god among men, a ruler of worlds. Elara froze, her mind racing. The offer was intoxicating, almost too much to comprehend. She thought of the struggles she had faced, the battles, the losses, the endless sacrifices. With this power, she could undo it all. She could bring back those she had lost, rewrite the tragedies that haunted her, and create a universe where suffering no longer existed. But as the Wraith's words hung in the air, a darker thought crept in. What would it cost her? What would it cost the universe? The Wraith seemed to sense her hesitation. Its form shifted again, this time taking on a more humanoid shape, its face a distorted reflection of her own. Do not fear the price, it said, its voice softer now, almost comforting. Power like this is not a burden but a gift. Think of what you could achieve, the civilizations you could save, the injustices you could correct. All it takes is one decision. Spare the key, and the multiverse will be yours to command. Elara's breath quickened. The temptation was overwhelming, but deep within her, a voice whispered a warning. She thought of the ancient texts she had studied, the warnings of civilizations long lost to time. They spoke of beings like the Wraith, entities that thrived on the chaos of broken timelines. They were not to be trusted, and yet, the power it offered was real. She could feel it, a raw, unbridled force that promised to change everything. Her grip on the Chrono-Key faltered for a moment, her resolve wavering. The Wraith's offer was not just a test of her will, but a test of her humanity. Did she have the strength to resist the allure of ultimate power, or would she succumb, becoming the very thing she had sworn to stop? The air crackled with energy as the Wraith leaned closer, its form now a swirling vortex of light and shadow. Choose wisely, Elara, it murmured. The fate of all existence rests in your hands. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, with a surge of determination, Elara tightened her grip on the Chrono-Key once more. She would not falter, she would not be swayed. The power it offered was a lie, a siren's song meant to lure her into darkness. The true strength lay not in control but in sacrifice, in the courage to let go, even when it hurt the most. Raising the key high, she brought it down with all her might, shattering it against the rock. The explosion of light and sound that followed was deafening, a symphony of chaos and renewal as the timelines realigned, and the Wraith's form dissolved into nothingness. But as the dust settled, a single, haunting thought lingered. The Wraith was gone, but its words remained, a whisper in the back of her mind. What if she had chosen differently? What if the power it offered could have been wielded for good? The questions would haunt her, a reminder that every choice, no matter how noble, came with consequences. And as she stood amidst the ruins of the Chrono-Key, Elara knew that her journey was far from over. The battle for the multiverse had only just begun. Elara stood frozen in the vault, the weight of the Time Wraith's offer pressing down on her like the crushing force of a collapsing star. Its voice, a haunting blend of whispers and echoes, promised her power beyond comprehension, the ability to rewrite history, to undo every tragedy, to reshape the cosmos in her image. But beneath the allure of such power, Elara sensed the darkness coiled within it, waiting to consume her. She had seen what unchecked power could do. She had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the scars left by those who sought to control time itself, and she knew, deep in her soul, that to accept the Wraith's offer would be to unleash a force far more destructive than anything she had encountered. Her hand tightened around the Chrono-Key, the ancient device humming with latent energy. It was more than a tool, it was a responsibility, a burden she had carried across galaxies and through centuries. The key's intricate design glowed faintly, its symbols shifting like constellations in the night sky. She had studied its mechanisms, learned its secrets, and now, faced with the Wraith's temptation, she understood its true purpose. The Chrono-Key wasn't just a gateway to the past, it was a safeguard against those who would abuse its power, and in that moment, Elara made her choice. With a deep breath, she activated the self-destruct sequence. The key's hum grew louder, more erratic, as if it sensed the end was near. The Wraith's voice shifted from persuasion to rage, its form swirling violently around her, tendrils of shadow lashing out in desperation. "You fool," it screamed, the sound reverberating through the vault. "You condemn us all to oblivion," but Elara stood firm, her resolve unshaken. She had seen enough of the Wraith's manipulations to know that its promises were lies, its visions of power nothing more than illusions meant to ensnare the desperate and the ambitious. The vault began to tremble, the walls cracking as the Chrono-Key's energy built to a critical level. Light erupted from the device, blinding and pure, flooding the chamber with a brilliance that seemed to defy the very concept of darkness. The Wraith's form disintegrated, its essence consumed by the light, its final scream echoing into silence. Elara closed her eyes, not out of fear, but out of acceptance. She had known this moment would come. She had known that some sacrifices were too great to avoid, some choices too important to ignore. The explosion that followed was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It wasn't just a release of energy, it was a rupture in time itself, a shockwave that rippled through the fabric of reality. The vault was obliterated in an instant, its ancient walls reduced to dust, its secrets scattered across the void. And yet, in that chaos, there was a strange, almost beautiful symmetry, a reminder that even destruction could be a form of creation, that sometimes, to save what mattered most, something had to be lost forever. As the light faded and the echoes of the explosion subsided, Elara found herself standing amidst the ruins, the Chrono-Key's remnants glittering like stardust at her feet. She felt a profound sense of relief, not because the danger had passed, but because she had stayed true to herself. She had chosen not to become a tyrant, not to repeat the mistakes of those who had come before her. And in doing so, she had ensured that the Wraith's power would never again threaten the cosmos. But even as she turned to leave, a single thought lingered in her mind. The Chrono-Key was gone, but the secrets it held were not. Somewhere, in the vast expanse of time and space, another chapter awaited, one that would demand just as much courage, just as much sacrifice, and Elara knew, without a doubt, that she would be ready for it. Elara's eyes fluttered open, the sterile glow of her lab on Mars greeting her like an old, familiar friend. The hum of machinery filled the air, a comforting backdrop to the chaos swirling in her mind. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the artifact, its cool surface pressing against her palm, but something felt different. As she lifted it into the light, her breath caught. The symbols etched into its surface, once static and unchanging, now shimmered faintly, rearranged into patterns she didn't recognize. It was as though the artifact itself had rewritten its own story. For a moment, she sat frozen, her mind racing to piece together the fragments of her journey. The last thing she remembered was the blinding light, the sensation of being pulled through time itself, and the haunting whispers of the Ithorians. And now, here she was, back in her lab, but everything felt altered. The weight of the artifact in her hands was no longer just a physical burden, it was a responsibility. A secret, one that now belonged to her. She rose unsteadily to her feet, her boots crunching lightly against the metallic floor. The lab was exactly as she'd left it, yet somehow it wasn't. The artifacts lining the shelves, the data scrolling across her monitors, even the faint hum of the air filtration system. It all seemed sharper, more vivid, as though she was seeing it for the first time. Or perhaps as though she was seeing it through the lens of a history that had shifted beneath her feet. Her gaze fell back to the artifact, its newly rearranged symbols pulsing faintly, as if alive. She traced a finger along one of the lines, and a shiver ran down her spine. These weren't just random markings, they were a message, a warning. The Ithorians hadn't merely shown her their past, they had entrusted her with their legacy. And now, that legacy was hers to protect. Elara's mind raced with possibilities. If her journey through time had altered history, what did that mean for the present? For the future, the Ithorians had been a civilization of unparalleled wisdom, their knowledge spanning dimensions and epochs, and now, their secrets, once lost to the sands of time, were within her grasp. But with that knowledge came danger. She knew all too well that there were those who would stop at nothing to claim such power for themselves. Her thoughts turned to the artifact's new symbols. Could they be a map, a key, or perhaps a timeline, charting the changes her journey had wrought? She moved to her workstation, her fingers flying across the interface as she began to scan the artifact, searching for any clue that might unravel its mysteries. The data streamed in, a cascade of numbers and glyphs that danced across the screen. But it wasn't just the artifact she was analyzing, it was the very fabric of history itself. As she worked, a realization began to dawn on her. The Ithorians hadn't merely chosen her to witness their past, they had chosen her to shape their future. The artifact wasn't just a relic, it was a tool, a means to safeguard their legacy and ensure that their wisdom would endure, even in a world that had forgotten them. But it was also a test of her resolve, her integrity, her ability to carry the weight of a civilization's hopes and fears. Elara paused, her hands hovering over the controls. The artifact seemed to pulse faintly in response, as though it could sense her thoughts. She had always been driven by curiosity, by the desire to uncover the truths hidden in the cosmos. But now, that curiosity had been tempered by something far greater, a sense of duty. The Ithorians' secrets were no longer just a mystery to be solved. They were a trust to be honored. She took a deep breath, the weight of her newfound responsibility settling over her like a mantle. The artifact's symbols glowed brighter, as if in acknowledgement. Elara knew that her journey was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The Ithorians' secrets were now hers to protect, and she would do whatever it took to ensure that their legacy endured. Even if it meant rewriting history itself, Elara stood in the dim light of the ancient chamber, her fingers brushing against the cold, metallic surface of the timeline interface. The air was thick with the hum of energy, a reminder of the immense power she had wielded. As she closed her eyes, fragments of memories began to surface, scattered images of lives lived and lost, of decisions made and unmade. It was like trying to piece together a shattered mirror, each shard reflecting a different version of herself. One memory stood out vividly, the moment she had activated the Chronos device. She could still feel the surge of energy coursing through her veins, the weight of the universe pressing down on her shoulders. She had done it. She had altered the course of history, preventing the temporal collapse that would have torn the fabric of reality apart. But as the memories continued to flood back, a chilling realization began to take hold. The timeline she had created was not the one she had intended. In this new reality, the temporal collapse had never occurred. The civilizations that had once teetered on the brink of annihilation were now thriving, their histories rewritten. The war-torn world she had known were now places of peace and prosperity. It was a victory, but a hollow one. For Elara, the cost was staggering. Her own past had been erased, her memories fragmented, her identity a puzzle she could no longer solve. She had sacrificed herself to save the universe, but in doing so, she had become a stranger to her own story. As she sifted through the remnants of her memories, she began to see the full extent of the consequences. The people she had known, friends, allies, even enemies, were no longer the same. Their lives had taken different paths, shaped by the new timeline. Some had found happiness, while others had been thrust into new struggles. Elara couldn't help but wonder if she had truly done the right thing. Had she saved the universe, or had she merely exchanged one set of problems for another? The weight of her actions pressed heavily on her. She had always believed that the ends justified the means, but now she wasn't so sure. The timeline she had created was stable, but it was also fragile, a delicate balance that could be upset by the slightest misstep. And then there was the personal cost. She had lost herself in the process, her memories scattered across time like leaves in the wind. She was a ghost in her own life, a shadow of the person she had once been. But amidst the turmoil, there was a glimmer of hope. As she continued to piece together her memories, she began to see a pattern, a thread that connected the fragments. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. The timeline she had created was not just a random series of events, it was a tapestry, woven from the choices she had made. And if she could follow that thread, perhaps she could find a way to reclaim her past, to rebuild her identity. Elara took a deep breath, steadying herself. She knew the road ahead would be difficult, but she also knew she couldn't turn back. She had chosen this path, and now she had to see it through. The universe had been given a second chance, and so had she. It was up to her to make the most of it. With renewed determination, she turned back to the timeline interface, ready to continue her journey through time, to uncover the secrets of her past and shape the destiny of the future. Elara's fingers trembled as she traced the intricate carvings on the artifact, the faint glow of its surface casting eerie shadows across the dimly lit chamber. Hours had turned into days, her focus unbroken as she pieced together the cryptic symbols and patterns that seemed to dance under her touch. And then, as if responding to her unwavering determination, the artifact hummed softly, its light intensifying. A voice, ancient yet clear, echoed in her mind, speaking in a language she somehow understood. It was the Ithorians. They were speaking to her. The message was brief but profound. They thanked her for her sacrifice, for the courage she had shown in unraveling their mysteries and preserving their legacy. But it was what came next that left her breathless. The Ithorians revealed they had left her a final gift, not a physical treasure, but something far greater, the knowledge to rebuild their civilization. This was no ordinary archive of facts or blueprints. It was a living repository, a fusion of their advanced science and spiritual wisdom, encoded in a way that only someone like Elara, with her unique connection to their world, could decipher. As the message faded, the artifact began to transform. Its surface rippled like liquid metal, and a holographic projection emerged, displaying a vast network of interconnected nodes, each pulsing with energy. Elara realized this was a map, not of stars or planets, but of knowledge. Each node represented a piece of the Ithorians' legacy, their technology, their philosophy, their art, and their understanding of the universe. It was a blueprint for survival, for growth, and for harmony with the cosmos, but it was also a challenge. The Ithorians hadn't just handed her the answers, they had given her the tools to find them, to learn and adapt their wisdom to a new era. Elara's mind raced as she began to explore the first node. It contained schematics for advanced energy systems, far beyond anything humanity had ever conceived. These weren't just machines, they were living organisms designed to harness the natural forces of the universe without harming it. She saw how the Ithorians had created cities that floated effortlessly in the sky, powered by the very air and light around them. And she understood the deeper truth behind their designs. They weren't just building for efficiency or convenience, but for balance. Every invention, every structure, was a reflection of their belief in unity with the cosmos. But the knowledge wasn't just about technology. Another node opened, revealing the Ithorians' philosophy on life and existence. They spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of how every action rippled through the fabric of reality. They had lived by a code of stewardship, seeing themselves not as rulers of the universe, but as caretakers. Their greatest achievements weren't their cities or machines, but their ability to live in harmony with the world around them. Elara felt a pang of longing as she absorbed their words. This was the wisdom humanity had lost, or perhaps had never truly understood. As she delved deeper, she encountered something unexpected. The Ithorians had left a personal message for her, hidden within the layers of their knowledge. They knew she would face doubt and resistance, that the task of rebuilding their civilization would be daunting. But they believed in her. They saw her as a bridge between their world and the future, a beacon of hope in a universe that often seemed dark and uncertain. Their words filled her with a sense of purpose, a quiet strength that steadied her resolve. Elara stepped back from the artifact, her mind buzzing with possibilities. She knew this was only the beginning. The Ithorian's gift was immense, but it was also a responsibility, one she couldn't shoulder alone. She would need allies, people who shared her vision and her determination. And she would need time, patience, and resilience to unlock the full potential of what she had been given. But for the first time in a long while, she felt a flicker of hope. The Ithorian's legacy wasn't just a relic of the past, it was a seed waiting to grow into something new, and she was the one who would plant it. The dim glow of the artifact in Elara's hands pulsed softly, as if it sensed her anticipation. She stood in the center of her lab, surrounded by the hum of machines and the faint scent of aged parchment. The artifact, now fully decoded, had revealed its final secret, a sequence of symbols that corresponded to a hidden mechanism beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she pressed the final symbol into the artifact's surface. The floor beneath her shuddered, and a low, resonant tone filled the air as a section of the lab's flooring slid away, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. Elara hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. The air grew cooler as she descended, the walls of the staircase lined with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and shimmer in the faint light of the artifact. Each step felt heavier, as if the weight of what she might discover pressed upon her shoulders. At the bottom of the staircase, she found herself standing before a massive door, its surface etched with the same Ithorian script she had spent years deciphering. The artifact glowed brighter, and the door responded, sliding open with a deep, resonant hum. What lay beyond took her breath away. The chamber stretched out endlessly, its walls lined with towering shelves filled with artifacts, scrolls, and devices that seemed to hum with latent energy. Glowing orbs floated lazily through the air, casting an ethereal light over the space. Elara stepped inside, her eyes wide with wonder. This was no mere storage room. It was a repository, a vault of knowledge and technology from a civilization far beyond her own understanding. She moved deeper into the chamber, her fingers brushing against the surfaces of ancient machines and scrolls. Each item seemed to resonate with the artifact in her hands, as if they were all connected by some unseen thread. She paused before a large, circular device embedded in the floor, its surface covered in intricate patterns that mirrored the artifact's design. As she approached, the device activated, projecting a holographic map of the cosmos above her. Stars, planets, and pathways she had never seen before flickered into view, each one marked with symbols that hinted at their significance. Elara's mind raced as she began to piece together what she was seeing. This wasn't just a map, it was a guide, a blueprint for understanding the universe on a scale she had never imagined. The Ithorians hadn't just left behind their technology, they had left behind their legacy, a way for others to continue their work. She realized then that this chamber wasn't just a discovery, it was a gift a second chance to shape the future. Her thoughts turned to the mistakes of the past, the wars and conflicts that had plagued humanity as they struggled to harness the power of the Ithorians' technology. She had seen firsthand how that power could be misused, how it could corrupt and destroy, but this was different. This was knowledge, pure and untainted, waiting to be understood and applied. Elara felt a surge of determination. She wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. She would learn, she would grow, and she would use this knowledge to build something better, something that could unite rather than divide, heal rather than harm. As she stood there, surrounded by the remnants of a civilization long gone, Elara felt a profound sense of responsibility. The Ithorians had entrusted her with their secrets, and she would honor that trust. The future was no longer a distant, uncertain thing. It was here, in this chamber, waiting to be shaped, and she was ready to take the first step. As the dust of the fractured timeline settled, Elara found herself standing in a world both familiar and alien. The skies were the same, but the ground beneath her feet bore the weight of a history rewritten. She wasn't alone in this strange new reality. Dr. Kyan, the brilliant scientist who had once been her mentor and confidant, had also been swept into this altered timeline. Together, they stood at the precipice of a monumental task, rebuilding the legacy of the Ithorians, not as a relic of the past, but as a beacon for humanity's future. The Ithorians, an ancient civilization whose technological prowess was unmatched, had left behind more than just ruins. Their knowledge, preserved in crystalline archives and encoded in the very fabric of their machines, held the key to unlocking a new era for humanity. But this wasn't just about rediscovering lost technology. It was about understanding the mistakes that had led to the Ithorians' downfall and ensuring they were never repeated. Elara knew that wielding such power without wisdom would only lead to catastrophe. Dr. Kyan, ever the pragmatist, approached the task with a mix of caution and curiosity. His expertise in quantum mechanics and temporal physics made him uniquely suited to decipher the Ithorians' advanced systems. Together, he and Elara began to piece together the fragments of their knowledge. One of the first breakthroughs came in the form of a device capable of harnessing zero-point energy, a clean, virtually limitless source of power that could revolutionize human civilization. But as they worked, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking a fine line between progress and peril. The Ithorians had been masters of their domain, but their hubris had been their undoing. They had created wonders, self-sustaining cities, machines that could manipulate matter at the atomic level, and even devices that could bend time itself. Yet in their pursuit of perfection, they had neglected the one thing that could not be engineered: balance. Their society had become so reliant on technology that they lost touch with the natural world, and with it, their sense of humanity. Elara was determined to avoid that fate. She believed that technology should serve life, not replace it. To that end, she and Dr. Kyan began to introduce Ithorian advancements in a way that complemented human ingenuity rather than overshadowing it. They started with small, practical applications: portable energy cells that could power entire villages, medical devices that could heal injuries in moments, and agricultural tools that could restore barren land. These innovations were met with awe and gratitude, but Elara was careful to ensure that they were distributed equitably. She knew that access to such technology could easily create new divides, and she was determined to prevent history from repeating itself. One of the most profound lessons from the Ithorians' archives was the concept of symbiotic evolution, the idea that a civilization's progress should be measured not by its ability to dominate its environment, but by its ability to coexist with it. Elara and Dr. Kyan took this philosophy to heart, integrating it into every project they undertook. They worked with local communities to understand their needs and aspirations, ensuring that the technology they introduced was not just beneficial, but sustainable. As word of their efforts spread, people from all corners of the world began to take notice. Scholars, engineers, and visionaries flocked to their research center, eager to learn and contribute. Elara saw this as an opportunity to foster a new kind of collaboration, one that transcended borders and ideologies. She believed that humanity's greatest strength lay in its diversity, and that by working together, they could achieve something truly extraordinary. But not everyone shared her vision. There were those who saw the Ithorians' technology as a means to gain power and control. Shadows of the past began to resurface, threatening to unravel everything Elara and Dr. Kyan had worked for. It was a stark reminder that progress was never a straight path, but a constant struggle between light and darkness. Through it all, Elara remained steadfast. She knew that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she also knew that the legacy they were building was worth fighting for. With Dr. Kyan by her side, she continued to forge a path toward a future where humanity could thrive, not just survive. A future where the mistakes of the past were not forgotten, but learned from. And as they worked, they began to realize that the true legacy of the Ithorians was not their technology, but the wisdom to use it wisely. As whispers of Elara's groundbreaking discoveries ripple across the galaxy, her life takes a dangerous turn. The Ithorians' ancient secrets, once buried beneath layers of time and dust, now shine like a beacon to those who crave power. Factions from across the cosmos, shadowy corporations, rogue governments, and even factions within her own organization begin to close in, each with their own agenda. For Elara, the thrill of uncovering the past is overshadowed by the grim reality. Her work has made her a target, and the very technology she seeks to protect could fall into the wrong hands. One of the first to take notice is the Syndicate, a powerful conglomerate known for its ruthless pursuit of advanced technologies. They see the Ithorians' achievements not as a piece of history, but as a weapon, a tool to dominate their rivals. Elara receives an anonymous message, its tone polite but laced with menace, offering her a partnership. The Syndicate promises wealth, resources, and protection, but the unspoken threat is clear. Refusal is not an option. Elara knows better than to trust them, but she also understands the danger they pose. The Syndicate has eyes everywhere, and their reach extends far beyond any single star system. Meanwhile, within her own organization, cracks begin to form. Colleagues she once trusted start acting strangely, their questions about her research growing more probing, their motives less clear. One evening, she catches a junior researcher rifling through her encrypted files, claiming it was a mistake, but Elara isn't fooled. The stakes are too high for coincidences. She realizes that even among those she thought were allies, there are those who would betray her for a chance at the Ithorians' secrets. The tension escalates when a rival faction, known as the Celestial Accord, makes their move. Unlike the Syndicate, the Accord operates under the guise of diplomacy, presenting themselves as protectors of galactic heritage. They invite Elara to a summit on a neutral world, offering her a platform to share her findings. But beneath their polished veneer lies a chilling truth. The Accord believes the Ithorians' technology should be controlled by a select few, those deemed worthy of wielding such power. Elara sees the danger in their ideology, a future where knowledge is hoarded, not shared, and where the many are subjugated by the few. Caught between these factions, Elara must tread carefully. Every decision carries weight, every step could lead to disaster. She begins to encrypt her research more rigorously, scattering fragments of her findings across secure servers and hidden caches. She reaches out to a small network of trusted allies, scientists, historians, and even a former mercenary with a knack for survival. Together, they form a fragile alliance, united by a shared belief in the importance of preserving the Ithorians' legacy for the good of all. But the web of intrigue tightens. A covert operation by the Syndicate nearly succeeds in stealing her data, forcing Elara to go on the run. She finds herself in the underbelly of a bustling spaceport, blending into the crowds as she searches for a safe haven. It's here that she encounters Zara, a rogue archaeologist with a reputation for surviving against the odds. Zara offers her sanctuary, but her motives are unclear. Is she a true ally or just another player in the game? Elara has no choice but to trust her, at least for now. As the factions close in, Elara's resolve hardens. She knows that the Ithorians' technology is not just a relic of the past, it's a key to the future. In the wrong hands, it could unleash untold destruction, but in the right ones, it could pave the way for a new era of discovery and progress. For Elara, this is no longer just about uncovering the secrets of a lost civilization. It's about ensuring that those secrets are used to uplift, not destroy. And as the shadows of betrayal and greed loom ever closer, she prepares to fight not just for her work, but for the future of the galaxy itself. Elara stood at the edge of a precipice, not just in the physical sense, but in her journey as well. The weight of the Ithorians' knowledge pressed heavily on her shoulders, a treasure trove of wisdom that could reshape the future of humanity. Yet she knew she couldn't carry this burden alone. The secrets of the lost civilization were too vast, their implications too profound for one person to manage. It was time to build a network of allies, individuals who shared her vision and could help ensure that this knowledge was used for good, not destruction. Her first step was to reach out to a handful of trusted scientists and explorers she had encountered during her travels. These were people who, like her, had glimpsed fragments of the Ithorians' legacy and understood its potential. Among them was Dr. Kale Wren, a brilliant astrophysicist whose work on ancient cosmic anomalies had earned him both admiration and skepticism. There was also Mira Solis, a linguist and historian with an uncanny ability to decode ancient languages, and Jack Vol, a seasoned explorer whose expeditions had taken him to the farthest corners of the Earth. Together, they formed the nucleus of what would become a secret organization, a coalition of minds united by a singular purpose: to safeguard the Ithorians' knowledge and ensure it was used wisely. The group's first meeting was held in a remote location, far from prying eyes. Elara had chosen a hidden valley nestled between jagged peaks, a place where the Ithorians themselves had once conducted their own experiments. The air was thick with anticipation as she laid out her vision. She spoke of the Ithorians' advanced technology, their understanding of energy and matter, and their warnings about the dangers of unchecked ambition. But more than that, she emphasized the responsibility they now bore. This wasn't just about preserving the past, it was about shaping the future. The response was immediate and unanimous. Each member of the group recognized the gravity of the task ahead and the necessity of their alliance. They agreed to establish a covert organization, one that would operate in the shadows, away from the scrutiny of governments and corporations. They named it the Ithorian Legacy Initiative, or OLI, a nod to their shared mission and the civilization that had inspired it. Over the following weeks, the group worked tirelessly to define their goals and protocols. They established secure communication channels, encrypted databases, and hidden research facilities. Each member brought their unique expertise to the table, creating a synergy that allowed them to make rapid progress. Dr. Wren spearheaded efforts to study the Ithorians' energy systems, while Mira Solis focused on translating their texts and deciphering their philosophies. Jack Vol, with his extensive network of contacts, ensured that the organization remained hidden, sourcing resources and information without drawing attention. But the work wasn't without its challenges. The Ithorians' knowledge was vast and often enigmatic, requiring painstaking effort to unravel. There were moments of frustration when progress seemed elusive and times of doubt, when the sheer scale of their mission felt overwhelming. Yet the group persevered, driven by a shared belief in the importance of their work. Elara often found herself reflecting on the Ithorians themselves, their rise and fall, and the lessons they had left behind. She wondered if they had faced similar struggles, if they too had grappled with the ethical implications of their discoveries. These reflections only deepened her resolve, reinforcing the need for caution and wisdom in their endeavors. As the Ithorian Legacy Initiative grew, so did its influence. The organization began to attract other like-minded individuals, scientists, engineers, philosophers, and even artists, all drawn by the promise of a better future. Together, they worked to integrate the Ithorians' knowledge into practical applications. from sustainable energy solutions to medical breakthroughs. But they also remained vigilant, aware of the risks that came with such power. Elara and her allies knew they were walking a fine line, balancing the potential for progress with the dangers of misuse. It was a responsibility they didn't take lightly, and one that would define their legacy as much as the Ithorians had defined theirs. The discovery of Ithorian artifacts by the Chrono-Guard marked a turning point in humanity's understanding of these enigmatic beings. These relics, scattered across the vast expanse of the galaxy, were not mere remnants of a forgotten civilization. They were keys to unlocking secrets that had been buried for millennia. Each artifact, whether a fragment of a machine or a piece of intricate architecture, carried with it a story, a glimpse into the Ithorians' unparalleled mastery of science and culture. One of the first artifacts recovered was a device no larger than a human hand, its surface etched with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid under the right light. When activated, it projected a holographic map of the galaxy, but not as we know it today. This map depicted star systems and planets long since altered or destroyed, suggesting the Ithorians had once observed and catalogued the cosmos in ways far beyond our current capabilities. The Chrono-Guard scientists theorized that this device might have been a navigational tool, used to traverse the stars with precision that defied the limits of space and time. As the search expanded, more artifacts came to light. On a desolate moon orbiting a gas giant, the team uncovered what appeared to be the ruins of an Ithorian outpost. Among the debris was a series of crystalline structures, each emitting faint pulses of energy. Analysis revealed that these crystals were part of a communication network, capable of transmitting information instantaneously across vast distances. This discovery hinted at a civilization that had not only mastered physical travel, but also communication on a scale that rendered the concept of delays obsolete. Perhaps the most startling find was a massive structure buried beneath the surface of a barren planet. Initially mistaken for a natural formation, it was soon revealed to be an Ithorian archive, a repository of knowledge stored in a medium that defied conventional understanding. The archive's contents were encoded in patterns of light and sound, requiring advanced decryption techniques to interpret. As the Chrono-Guard began to decode the data, they uncovered blueprints for technologies that seemed almost magical in their complexity, engines that could bend space-time, devices capable of harnessing the energy of entire stars, and even plans for what appeared to be a form of artificial intelligence far beyond anything humanity had ever conceived. Yet, these artifacts were more than just technological marvels. They were windows into the Ithorians' way of life. Symbols and inscriptions found on many of the relics suggested a society deeply connected to the cosmos, one that saw itself not as conquerors of the universe, but as its stewards. Their art and architecture reflected a reverence for balance and harmony, themes that resonated throughout their creations. The Chrono-Guard began to piece together a portrait of a civilization that had achieved not only scientific greatness, but also a profound understanding of their place in the grand tapestry of existence. Of course, with each discovery came more questions. Why had the Ithorians vanished? What had driven them to leave behind such advanced technology? And perhaps most intriguingly, were they truly gone, or had they ascended to a state of existence beyond our comprehension? The Chrono-Guard's work was far from over, but one thing was clear. The Ithorians had left a legacy that would forever change humanity's understanding of the universe. Each artifact was a piece of a puzzle, and as the pieces came together, the picture that emerged was as awe-inspiring as it was humbling. Elara's journey had already revealed so much about the Ithorians, their mastery of time, their advanced technology, and their enigmatic culture. But as she delved deeper into the archives of their ancient city, a startling truth began to unfold. The Ithorians, for all their brilliance, were not the only ones who had stumbled upon the secrets of the Chrono-Key. In fact, they had encountered other civilizations' entire worlds that had also unlocked the ability to manipulate time. Yet, the fate of these civilizations was far from triumphant. Each one, without exception, had met a tragic end. As Elara pieced together fragments of ancient records, she learned of the Aetherians, a race of explorers who had once thrived in a distant galaxy. They had discovered the Chrono-Key millennia before the Ithorians, using it to peer into the future and shape their society accordingly. At first, their advancements were extraordinary: cities that floated above the clouds, machines that could predict natural disasters before they occurred, and a culture that seemed immune to the ravages of time. But the Aetherians grew reckless. They began altering timelines to avoid even the smallest inconveniences, erasing wars, plagues, and even personal failures. Over time, the fabric of their reality began to unravel. Entire timelines collapsed and their civilization vanished, leaving behind only faint echoes in the cosmic record. Then there were the Kalshar, a warrior race from a dying star system. They had used the Chrono-Key not to evade disaster, but to conquer it. They traveled back in time to rewrite battles they had lost, ensuring their dominance across the stars. But their victories came at a cost. Each change created ripples that destabilized their present. Armies vanished mid-battle, alliances crumbled without warning, and their once mighty empire fractured into chaos. In the end, the Kalshar were undone by their own ambition, their legacy reduced to crumbling monuments on forgotten planets. The most haunting discovery, however, was the story of the Lumens. A peaceful, artistic race, the Lumens had used the Chrono-Key to preserve their culture, freezing moments of beauty and creativity in timeless loops. For centuries, their world was a paradise of eternal art and harmony, but time, it seemed, could not be tamed so easily. The Lumens' loops began to decay, their perfect moments corrupted by glitches and errors. Entire generations were trapped in repeating cycles, unable to escape. Their civilization, once vibrant and full of life, became a ghostly echo of itself, lost in the endless repetition of its own creation. Elara couldn't help but notice the pattern. Each civilization that had unlocked the power of the Chrono-Key had done so with the best of intentions, whether to avoid disaster, achieve greatness, or preserve beauty. Yet, without fail, their experiments with time had led to their downfall. The Ithorians, it seemed, had been no different. They had learned from the mistakes of others, but even they had not been able to escape the consequences of meddling with time. Their once great cities now lay in ruins, their people gone, their legacy, a cautionary tale etched into the fabric of the cosmos. As Elara absorbed these stories, a chilling realization settled over her. The Chrono-Key was not just a tool, it was a test of wisdom, restraint, and understanding. The civilizations that had come before had failed that test, and now it fell to her to decide what to do with the knowledge she had uncovered. Would she follow in their footsteps, risking everything for the chance to alter time? Or would she find a different path, one that honored the lessons of those who had come before? The weight of the decision pressed heavily on her. For the first time, Elara understood that the true power of the Chrono-Key was not in its ability to bend time, but in its ability to reveal the choices that defined a civilization and the consequences that followed. The Ithorians had not been alone in their quest, but they had been no more successful than the others. And now, as she stood at the crossroads of history, Elara knew that her choice would shape not just her own destiny, but the fate of countless worlds yet to come. The air within the Chrono-Guard's headquarters felt heavier these days, charged with an unspoken tension that even the hum of advanced Ithorian technology couldn't mask. Elara stood in the central command hub, her gaze drifting over the holographic displays that mapped their progress across time. The Chrono-Guard had grown exponentially, its ranks swelling with brilliant minds and fearless explorers. But with that growth came shadows that whispered of betrayal. It started with small things, reports of missing data fragments, inconsistencies in mission logs, and strange fluctuations in the Ithorian devices they'd worked so hard to integrate. At first, Elara dismissed them as glitches, the inevitable growing pains of a rapidly evolving organization. but the patterns were too deliberate, too calculated. Someone was manipulating the system from within. Her suspicions deepened during a routine briefing. Commander Voss, her second-in-command, had been presenting the latest findings from an expedition to the ruins of an ancient Ithorian outpost. The data was groundbreaking evidence of a technology capable of bending space-time itself, but as Voss spoke, Ellara noticed a flicker in his demeanor, a hesitation that didn't align with his usual confident cadence. Was it nerves or something more? Later that night, she reviewed the mission logs in private. The numbers didn't add up. Key details had been altered, and entire sections of the report were redacted without explanation. Whoever was behind this wasn't just stealing information, they were rewriting it, shaping the narrative to serve their own agenda. The realization sent a chill through her. This wasn't just a rogue agent, this was someone with access, someone who knew the inner workings of the Chrono-Guard as well as she did. Elara's mind raced as she considered the possibilities. The Ithorian technology they'd uncovered was unlike anything humanity had ever seen. It held the power to reshape civilizations, to rewrite history itself. In the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic, and now, it seemed, those hands might belong to someone within her own ranks. She thought back to the early days of the Chrono-Guard, when their mission had been clear and their unity unshakable. They'd stood together against the unknown, driven by a shared purpose, but power had a way of corrupting, and the allure of the Ithorian's secrets was undeniable. Could one of her closest allies have succumbed to that temptation? Elara knew she couldn't act rashly. Accusing the wrong person would fracture the trust that held the Chrono-Guard together. She needed proof, solid and undeniable, and so she began her own investigation, working in the shadows just as her adversary was. She cross-referenced mission logs, analyzed communication patterns, and scrutinized every anomaly. The deeper she dug, the clearer the picture became. The betrayer was meticulous but not infallible. They'd left a trail, subtle and faint, but there. As she pieced together the evidence, a name began to surface, one that sent a pang of disbelief through her. Could it really be them, someone she'd trusted implicitly, someone who had stood by her side through countless trials? The thought was almost too painful to bear, but the truth was inescapable. The betrayer was close, closer than she'd ever imagined. Elara's resolve hardened. She couldn't let this stand. The Ithorian technology was too dangerous to be wielded by anyone with selfish ambitions. She would confront them, but not yet. First, she needed to understand their motives, their end game. Only then could she stop them without jeopardizing everything they'd built. The stakes had never been higher. The Chrono-Guard was on the brink of a discovery that could change the course of history. But with trust eroding and shadows closing in, Elara knew that the greatest threat wasn't from the mysteries of the past. It was from the enemy within. Elara stepped into the dimly lit chamber, her boots echoing softly against the cold, metallic floor. The air was thick with tension, each breath feeling heavier than the last. Across the room stood the Traitor, their silhouette barely visible in the flickering light of the overhead panels. It was someone she had once trusted, someone who had fought beside her, shared meals with her, and now, someone who had betrayed everything the Chrono-Guard stood for. Their face was calm, almost serene, as if they had been waiting for this moment. "You think you're saving us," the Traitor began, their voice steady but laced with a chilling conviction. But the Ithorians' fall was never a tragedy, it was inevitable. Their arrogance, their belief that they could control forces beyond their understanding, led them to ruin. And now, humanity is walking the same path. We're no different. We'll make the same mistakes, and we'll destroy ourselves just as they did. Elara's hand tightened around the hilt of her weapon, her mind racing. The Traitor's words were a sharp contrast to the chaos of the moment, delivered with an eerie clarity that made them all the more unsettling. She wanted to argue, to shout that humanity could learn from the past, that they could rise above their flaws. But a part of her, a small, nagging part, wondered if they were right. "You're wrong," she said, her voice firm despite the storm of emotions churning inside her. The Ithorians weren't perfect, but they tried. They built something extraordinary, something that lasted for millennia. We have their knowledge now, their warnings. We don't have to repeat their mistakes, we can be better. The traitor laughed, a dry, humorless sound that echoed through the chamber. Better, look at us, Elara. Look at what we've done. We've fractured time itself, meddling with forces we barely understand. The Chrono-Guard was supposed to protect history, not rewrite it. And yet, here we are, playing gods with the past, present, and future. Do you really think we're any different? The question hung in the air, heavy and unrelenting. Elara's grip on her weapon faltered for a moment as the weight of the accusation settled over her. The traitor wasn't just challenging her, they were challenging everything she believed in, everything she had fought for. But she couldn't afford to doubt herself now, not when the fate of the Chrono-Guard, and perhaps all of humanity, rested in her hands. You've made your choice, she said, her voice low but unwavering. But I won't let your fear dictate our future. If we're doomed to repeat the past, it's because we gave up, not because we tried and failed, and I'm not giving up. The tension in the room reached a breaking point, the air crackling with unspoken threats and unresolved conflict. The traitor's eyes narrowed, their hand moving slowly toward a hidden device at their side. Elara's instincts kicked in, her body shifting into a defensive stance as she prepared for what was coming. In that moment, the chamber seemed to shrink, the walls closing in as the two figures stood locked in a silent battle of wills. The fate of the Chrono-Guard, and perhaps the fate of humanity itself, hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of a decision that could change everything. The traitor's voice broke the silence, soft but filled with a final, chilling certainty. You'll see, Elara, in the end, we're all just echoes of the Aetherians, destined to follow their path to ruin. And when that day comes, you'll realize I was right. Elara's resolve hardened, her grip on her weapon steadying once more. Maybe, she said, her voice firm. But I'll fight to prove you wrong until my last breath. The standoff was inevitable now, the tension snapping like a taut wire as the two figures moved, their actions shaping the course of history in ways neither could fully predict. The chamber, once silent, erupted with the sounds of conflict, the echoes of their struggle reverberating through the corridors of time itself. And in that moment, Elara understood. This wasn't just a battle for the Chrono-Guard. It was a battle for the soul of humanity, a fight to prove that they could rise above their flaws, learn from the past, and forge a future worth fighting for. Elara stood in the dimly lit chamber, the air heavy with tension and the faint hum of the Chrono-Guard's fractured systems. The confrontation with the traitor had been swift, a battle of wits as much as strength. She had anticipated their every move, using her knowledge of time's intricate patterns to stay one step ahead. But victory had come at a cost. The betrayal had sown distrust among her allies, leaving the once unified Chrono-Guard teetering on the edge of collapse. The traitor's words still echoed in her mind, a venomous mix of lies and half-truths designed to divide and conquer. They had nearly succeeded. The team's cohesion, once their greatest strength, now felt fragile, like a threadbare rope holding together a crumbling bridge. Elara knew she couldn't afford to let it snap. The mission was too important, the stakes too high. If they failed now, the timeline itself could unravel, taking countless lives and civilizations with it. She glanced around the room, her gaze lingering on each of her comrades. There was Kale, his usually sharp eyes clouded with doubt, his trust in the mission shaken. Then there was Lyra, her fiery determination now tempered by suspicion, her loyalty to the cause wavering. Even Aaron, the usually unflappable strategist, seemed adrift, his confidence in their plan faltering. Elara realized that this wasn't just a battle against time or external enemies. It was a battle for the soul of the Chrono-Guard itself. To reunite them, she would need more than logic or orders. She would need to remind them of what they were fighting for. Taking a deep breath, Elara stepped forward, her voice steady but filled with quiet resolve. We've all been through hell, she began, her words cutting through the silence like a knife. And yes, we've been betrayed, but that doesn't change the fact that the timeline is still in danger. If we let this break us, we're not just failing ourselves, we're failing everyone who depends on us. She paused, letting her words sink in. Think about the lives we've saved, the futures we've protected. Think about the people who don't even know we exist, but whose lives are better because of what we do. That's what matters, not the lies of one person who tried to tear us apart. Cale looked up, his expression softening, while Lyra's eyes flickered with a spark of their old fire. Aaron nodded slowly, his strategic mind already turning over the implications of her words. Elara could feel the shift in the room, the beginnings of a fragile unity forming once more, but she knew it wasn't enough to simply rally their spirits. They needed a plan, a clear path forward. We're not done yet, she continued, her tone growing firmer. The traitor may have weakened us, but they didn't destroy us. We still have the tools, the knowledge, and the will to finish this, but we have to do it together. No more secrets, no more doubts. If we're going to save the timeline, we need to trust each other and ourselves. The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air. One by one, her allies began to nod, their resolve hardening. Cale straightened his shoulders, Lyra clenched her fists, and Aaron's eyes narrowed with renewed focus. The Chrono-Guard wasn't whole yet, but the cracks were beginning to mend. Elara knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. The traitor's actions had left them vulnerable, and their enemies would be quick to exploit that weakness. But as she looked at her team, she felt a flicker of hope. They had faced impossible odds before and emerged victorious. This time would be no different, as long as they stood together. With a final, determined glance, Elara turned toward the console, her fingers flying across the controls. "Let's get to work," she said, her voice ringing with authority. "We've got a timeline to save." The others moved to join her, their movements synchronized once more, a silent testament to the bonds that still held them together. The Chrono-Guard wasn't just a team, it was a family, and families, no matter how fractured, could always find a way to heal. The air inside the Chrono-Guard's command center was thick with tension as the team regrouped, their faces etched with exhaustion and uncertainty. The mission to restore the timeline had taken a toll, and every decision they'd made seemed to ripple outward, creating unforeseen consequences. Elara stood at the heart of it all, her gaze fixed on the holographic display that flickered with fragmented data. Her mind raced, replaying every moment, every choice that had led them here, and then it happened. A faint, pulsating signal broke through the static, cutting through the silence like a beacon in the dark. At first, Elara thought it was a glitch, a remnant of the temporal distortions they'd been battling, but as she adjusted the scanners, the signal grew stronger, clearer. It wasn't random noise, it was a message, a deliberate transmission. Her breath caught as the source was pinpointed, a planet far beyond the edge of known space in a sector that was supposed to be empty. A planet that, according to every star chart and database, should not exist. Her hands trembled as she isolated the signal, her mind grappling with the implications. How could an entire planet simply appear, and why was it reaching out to her now? The coordinates matched no known system, no recorded celestial body. It was as if the universe itself had shifted, rearranged by some unseen force, and then it hit her, the realization that sent a chill down her spine. This wasn't just a random anomaly. This was a direct result of her actions, of the choices she'd made while tampering with time. Elara had always known that altering the timeline was dangerous, that even the smallest change could have catastrophic effects. But this was beyond anything she'd imagined. The signal wasn't just a message, it was a warning, a cry for help from a world that had been thrust into existence by her meddling. She had created a ripple effect, one that had stretched across space and time, tearing holes in the fabric of reality itself. As the signal continued to pulse, Elara couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that something, or someone, was aware of her presence. The transmission carried no words, no clear instructions, but there was an urgency to it, a desperate plea that resonated deep within her. She knew she couldn't ignore it. Whatever lay on that planet, whatever forces had been unleashed, it was her responsibility to face them. She had set this chain of events in motion, and now she would have to see it through. The Chrono-Guard gathered around her, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. "What is it, Elara?" one of them asked, his voice barely above a whisper. She hesitated, weighing her words carefully. How could she explain the magnitude of what she discovered? How could she tell them that their mission had spiraled far beyond their control, that the very fabric of reality was unraveling because of her? "We've got a problem," she finally said, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions raging inside her. "A big one. There's a planet out there, one that shouldn't exist. And it's sending us a signal. I don't know what's waiting for us, but I do know this. Whatever's happening, it's because of me, because of what I've done." The room fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in. The team exchanged uneasy glances, their confidence wavering. They had faced countless dangers before, but this was different. This wasn't just about saving the timeline anymore. It was about confronting the consequences of their actions, about facing the unknown in a universe that no longer made sense. Elara turned back to the holographic display, her resolve hardening. She didn't know what lay ahead, but one thing was certain: the journey was far from over. The signal was a call to action, a reminder that every choice had consequences, and that some ripples could never be undone. As she prepared to lead her team into the unknown, she couldn't help but wonder, what else had her actions set in motion, and how far would the echoes of her decisions reach? As Elara's ship descended through the dense, swirling atmosphere of the mysterious planet, the crew felt a mix of anticipation and unease. The surface below was a breathtaking sight, vast, shimmering cities with towering spires that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Rivers of liquid light snaked through the landscape, connecting structures that defied the laws of physics as they knew them. It was a scene both alien and eerily familiar, as if they had stepped into a dream born from fragments of the past. The team exchanged glances, each silently wondering if they had finally found the answers they had been searching for. The moment their ship touched down, a welcoming party approached. The inhabitants were humanoid, but their features bore an uncanny resemblance to the Ithorians depicted in the ancient texts Elara had studied. Their skin shimmered faintly, like starlight caught in a prism, and their eyes glowed with a soft, golden hue. The leader of the group stepped forward, their voice resonating with a melodic cadence that seemed to harmonize with the very air around them. "We have been expecting you," they said, their tone both welcoming and solemn. "You carry the legacy of those who came before." Elara's heart raced as she realized the implications. These beings were not just similar to the Ithorians, they were Ithorians, or at least their descendants. The team was led into the heart of the city, where the true scale of their civilization became apparent. Advanced technology seamlessly blended with organic architecture, creating a harmony between nature and innovation that surpassed anything humanity had ever achieved. Massive holographic displays floated in the air, depicting the history of their people, a history that diverged sharply from the one Elara had pieced together. The inhabitants explained that they were survivors of the Temporal Collapse, a cataclysmic event that had fractured their timeline. While the Ithorians of Elara's universe had been obliterated, these descendants had found refuge in an alternate reality, one where they had not only survived but thrived. They had built a new society, one that honored the wisdom of their ancestors while embracing the possibilities of their new existence. "We are the echoes of what once was," their leader said, "and the guardians of what will be." As Elara and her team explored further, they discovered that this civilization had been monitoring their journey for some time. The Ithorians' advanced technology allowed them to observe multiple timelines, and they had seen the struggles of Elara's universe. They knew of the Temporal Collapse's devastating effects and the void it had left in the fabric of reality. "Your arrival is no coincidence," one of the elders told her. You are here because you carry the key to restoring balance, not just for your world, but for all timelines. The revelation was both exhilarating and daunting. Elara realized that the stakes were far greater than she had imagined. This was no longer just about uncovering the secrets of a lost civilization. It was about mending the fractures of time itself. The Ithorian descendants offered their assistance, sharing knowledge and technology that could aid in her mission, but they also warned of the challenges ahead. The forces that had caused the temporal collapse were still at work, and the path to restoration would be fraught with peril. As the days passed, Elara and her team immersed themselves in the wisdom of this ancient yet thriving society. They learned of the Ithorians' deep connection to the cosmos, their understanding of time as a living, malleable force, and their belief in the interconnectedness of all realities. It was a perspective that reshaped Elara's understanding of her own mission. She began to see herself not just as an explorer, but as a bridge between worlds, a link between the past and the future, the known and the unknown. The journey ahead would demand every ounce of courage and ingenuity she possessed, but as she stood beneath the shimmering sky of this alien world, surrounded by the descendants of a civilization thought lost, Elara felt a renewed sense of purpose. The mysteries of the Ithorians were no longer confined to the pages of history. They were alive, thriving, and ready to guide her toward a destiny that would shape the fate of countless worlds. Elara stood in the grand chamber of the Descendants, the air thick with the hum of ancient technology and the weight of impossible choices. The beings before her, remnants of a civilization that had once thrived among the stars, extended an offer that could change everything. "We can share with you the knowledge of the Ithorians," one of them said, their voice echoing with both wisdom and sorrow. "But know this, our timeline, like theirs, teeters on the edge of destruction. The same mistakes that brought down the Ithorians now threaten us all." The revelation struck Elara like a thunderclap. She had come seeking answers, hoping to uncover the secrets of a lost civilization to save her own world. But now, the stakes were far greater. The Descendants' timeline was unraveling, a fragile thread in the vast tapestry of time, and their fate was intertwined with that of the Ithorians, and by extension, her own. The knowledge they offered could be a beacon of hope or a harbinger of doom. It was a gift laced with peril, and the responsibility of wielding it fell squarely on her shoulders. As she listened, the Descendants recounted the downfall of the Ithorians, a tale of hubris, unchecked ambition, and the relentless pursuit of power. The Ithorians had once been masters of their domain, harnessing the very fabric of the cosmos to fuel their civilization. But in their quest for dominance, they had ignored the warnings of their own scholars, dismissed the delicate balance of their world, and pushed their technology beyond its limits. The result was catastrophic, a collapse so complete that it erased them from history, leaving only whispers of their existence. The Descendants, born from the ashes of that collapse, had learned from the mistakes of their predecessors. They had built a society rooted in harmony and restraint, striving to live in balance with the forces that had destroyed the Ithorians. Yet, even with their wisdom, they had not escaped the shadow of the past. The same patterns were repeating themselves not just in their timeline, but in countless others. Elara's world was no exception. Now, she faced a choice that would define not only her own fate, but the fate of countless others. Should she intervene, using the knowledge of the Descendants to alter the course of history, or should she step back and let events unfold as they were meant to, accepting the inevitability of collapse? It was a question with no easy answer, a moral quandary that tested the very core of her being. The Descendants did not pressure her. They simply laid out the truth, their voices calm but heavy with the weight of experience. "The choice is yours," they said, "but know that every action, every decision ripples across time. What you do here will echo far beyond this moment." Elara's mind raced as she considered the possibilities. If she intervened, she could save her world, and perhaps others, from the same fate that had befallen the Ithorians. But at what cost? The knowledge of the Descendants was powerful, but it was also dangerous. it had the potential to reshape civilizations, to alter the course of history in ways she could not predict. Could she trust herself to wield it wisely, or would she, like the Ithorians before her, succumb to the allure of power and repeat the same mistakes? On the other hand, if she chose to let history take its course, she would be condemning countless lives to the same fate. The thought was unbearable. Yet there was a part of her that wondered if the cycle of rise and fall was an inevitable part of existence. Was it possible to break free from the patterns of the past, or were all civilizations destined to repeat the same errors over and over again? As she stood there, caught between hope and despair, Elara realized that there was no perfect answer. The choice before her was not between right and wrong, but between two paths, each fraught with uncertainty. Whatever she decided, the consequences would be profound, and so, with a deep breath, she began to weigh the options, knowing that her decision would shape the future of not just her world, but the cosmos itself. Elara stood at the edge of the fractured timeline, her mind racing with the weight of the decision before her. The descendants of the lost civilization, once a mystery, now her unexpected allies, looked to her with a mixture of hope and desperation. They had survived the brink of extinction, their timeline unraveling thread by thread, and they needed her help. But this was no simple task. Stabilizing their world would require more than just her knowledge of the Chrono-Key. It would demand trust, collaboration, and a willingness to step into the unknown. She hesitated for only a moment before making a choice. The Chrono-Key, a device of unparalleled power, was not meant to be hoarded or wielded in isolation. It was a tool, a bridge between worlds and times, and Elara understood that its true purpose lay in connection. By helping the Descendants, she could not only prevent another catastrophic temporal collapse, but also unlock secrets of time travel that had eluded her for centuries. It was a risk, yes, but one worth taking. With the Chrono-Key in hand, Elara began the delicate process of weaving the frayed edges of their timeline back together. It was like trying to repair a shattered mosaic, each piece a fragment of history that had been torn apart by forces beyond comprehension. She worked tirelessly, her movements precise and deliberate, as the Descendants watched in awe. They had never seen anyone wield the Chrono-Key with such mastery, and it gave them hope that their world could be saved. But the work was not one-sided. As Elara worked to stabilize their timeline, the Descendants shared their own knowledge, revealing techniques and insights that had been passed down through generations. They taught her how to harness the subtle currents of time, how to navigate its currents without being swept away. It was a profound exchange, one that deepened her understanding of the Chrono-Key and its limitless potential. One of the most striking lessons came from an elder named Kale, who spoke of time not as a linear path, but as a living, breathing entity. Time is not something to be controlled, he explained, his voice steady and wise. It is something to be respected, to be listened to. The Chrono-Key is not a weapon, it is a guide. It shows you the way, but it is up to you to walk the path with care. These words resonated deeply with Elara. She had always seen the Chrono-Key as a tool of immense power, but now she began to understand it as something more, a partner in her journey. The Descendants' teachings opened her eyes to new possibilities, showing her how to use the key not just to manipulate time, but to harmonize with it. This shift in perspective transformed her approach, making her work not just effective, but profoundly meaningful. As the days turned into weeks, the timeline began to stabilize. The once chaotic landscape of their world started to regain its balance, and the Descendants could feel the shift. Gratitude filled their hearts, and they expressed it not just in words, but in actions. They shared stories of their ancestors, tales of resilience and ingenuity that inspired Elara to see her own journey in a new light. She realized that her mission was not just about preventing disaster, it was about building bridges between worlds, about creating a future where the lessons of the past could guide the way forward. In return, Elara offered her own insights, teaching the Descendants how to protect their timeline from future threats. She showed them how to detect the subtle signs of temporal collapse, how to reinforce the fabric of their reality, and how to use the Chrono-Key's power responsibly. It was a partnership built on mutual respect and shared purpose, one that would leave a lasting impact on both their worlds. By the time her work was complete, Elara had not only stabilized their timeline, but had also forged a bond with the Descendants that transcended time itself. She left their world with a deeper understanding of the Chrono-Key and a renewed sense of purpose. The journey ahead was still uncertain, but she knew one thing for sure: she was no longer alone. The Descendants had shown her that the true power of time travel lay not in control, but in connection, and that was a lesson she would carry with her forever. Elara stepped through the shimmering portal, her senses momentarily overwhelmed by the familiar hum of her own timeline. The air felt different here, charged with a sense of purpose she hadn't fully understood before. Behind her, the Descendants of the lost civilization watched, their expressions a mix of pride and solemnity. They had entrusted her with more than just knowledge. They had given her a mission, a responsibility to safeguard the fragile threads of time itself. As the portal closed, sealing her return, Elara took a deep breath. The weight of what she carried was immense. The wisdom of the ancients, the secrets of their advanced technology, and the warnings of future threats, all of it now rested on her shoulders. But this wasn't a burden she had to bear alone. The Chrono-Guard, her team of dedicated guardians, awaited her return, and with them, she would forge a new path forward. The first thing Elara did upon her arrival was summon the Council of the Chrono-Guard. The chamber, a vast circular room adorned with holographic maps of time streams, buzzed with anticipation as she entered. The faces of her comrades, seasoned timekeepers, brilliant scientists, and fierce warriors turned to her, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. They had seen her disappear into the rift days ago, and now she stood before them, changed. Elara wasted no time. She began by recounting her journey, the ancient city hidden in the folds of time, the Descendants who had preserved their ancestors' legacy, and the looming danger they had foreseen. Her words carried a gravity that silenced even the most skeptical among them. She spoke of the temporal anchors, devices capable of stabilizing fractured timelines, and the advanced algorithms that could predict temporal anomalies before they spiraled out of control. These were tools no one in the Chrono-Guard had ever dreamed of, yet they were now within their grasp. But knowledge alone wasn't enough. Elara knew that the real challenge lay in implementation. The Chrono-Guard had always operated reactively, scrambling to mend the tears in time as they appeared. Now, with the Descendants' guidance, they had the chance to become proactive, to anticipate and prevent disasters before they began. It was a monumental shift, one that would require not just new technology, but a new mindset. To that end, Elara proposed a radical restructuring of the Chrono-Guard's operations. She divided the team into specialized units, research teams to study the temporal anchors, reconnaissance squads to monitor potential anomalies, and rapid response units trained to deploy at a moment's notice. Each member was assigned a role that played to their strengths, ensuring that every piece of the puzzle fit seamlessly together. The training that followed was rigorous. Elara herself led the drills, pushing her team to their limits. She taught them how to navigate the unpredictable currents of time, how to identify the subtle signs of an impending rift, and how to deploy the temporal anchors with precision. There were moments of doubt, of course times when the sheer complexity of their task seemed insurmountable, but Elara's unwavering determination and the shared belief in their mission kept them moving forward. One evening, as the team gathered around a holographic projection of the time stream, Elara shared a story from her time with the Descendants. She spoke of their resilience, their ability to adapt and thrive even in the face of overwhelming odds. They didn't just survive, she said, her voice steady. They found a way to thrive, and now they've given us the tools to do the same. We're not just fixing what's broken, we're building something stronger. Her words resonated deeply with the team. For the first time, they began to see their work not just as a duty, but as a legacy. They were no longer merely guardians of the present, they were architects of the future. And with that realization came a renewed sense of purpose. As the days turned into weeks, the Chrono-Guard began to see the fruits of their labor. Temporal anomalies that once would have spiraled out of control were now being neutralized before they could cause harm. The temporal anchors, once a theoretical concept, became a cornerstone of their operations, and Elara, once a lone traveler navigating the currents of time, had become the leader her team needed, a beacon of hope in an uncertain world. Yet, even as they celebrated their successes, Elara knew the hardest challenges were still ahead. The Descendants had warned her of a shadowy force lurking in the depths of time, a threat that could unravel everything they had built. But for now, she allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection. The journey had been long, and the road ahead would be even longer. But with her team by her side and the wisdom of the ancients guiding her, Elara felt a quiet confidence. They were ready for whatever came next. Elara's victory had always felt too sudden, too clean. The Time Wraith's defeat had been a moment of triumph, a fleeting belief that the ancient entity had been vanquished for good. But now, standing in the dim glow of the ancient ruins, she felt it, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple in the air, like a whisper carried on the wind. It wasn't gone, it wasn't destroyed. The Time Wraith had merely retreated, biding its time in the shadows, growing stronger with each passing moment. Her heart sank as the realization settled in. The entity wasn't just a force of chaos, it was a predator, cunning and patient. It had allowed her to believe she'd won, to let her guard down. And now, it was waiting, gathering strength, preparing to strike when she least expected it. The ruins around her seemed to pulse with a low, ominous energy, as if the very stones were warning her of the danger to come. She clenched her fists, her mind racing. How had she been so blind? How had she missed the signs? The memories of their last encounter came flooding back. The Time Wraith had been relentless, its form shifting and twisting through the fabric of time, untethered by the laws of reality. She had fought it with everything she had, using the ancient artifacts she'd spent years searching for. The battle had been fierce, the air crackling with raw energy as she unleashed the full power of the artifacts, and then, in a blinding flash, it had seemed to dissolve, its form scattering like ash in the wind. She had thought it was over, she had thought she'd won, but now, standing here, she understood the truth. The Time Wraith hadn't been destroyed, it had been weakened, forced to retreat. And in the time since, it had been silently rebuilding itself, drawing power from the very shadows it now inhabited. The artifacts she had used were no longer at full strength, their energy depleted from the last battle. She was vulnerable, and the Time Wraith knew it. A chill ran down her spine as she felt the air shift again, this time more pronounced. The shadows seemed to deepen, stretching and twisting unnaturally. She turned, her eyes scanning the ruins, searching for any sign of movement. There was nothing, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. The Time Wraith was testing her, probing her defenses, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. She couldn't afford to wait, she had to act. Elara reached for the artifacts at her side, their familiar weight offering a small measure of comfort. She knew she couldn't face the Time Wraith alone, not as she was now. She needed to find allies, to seek out others who understood the threat it posed. But where could she turn? The ancient texts had spoken of a hidden order, guardians who had once stood against the Time Wraith in ages past. If they still existed, if they could be found, they might be her only hope. As she stepped out of the ruins, the weight of her task settled heavily on her shoulders. The Time Wraith was out there, growing stronger with each passing moment, and it was waiting for her. She couldn't afford to fail. The fate of not just her world, but countless others, depended on her ability to stop it. The shadows seemed to close in around her as she moved, a constant reminder of the danger that lurked just out of sight. But Elara was determined. She had faced the Time Wraith once before, and she would face it again, no matter the cost. The air crackled with tension as the Chrono-Guard headquarters, a fortress of shimmering temporal energy, suddenly shuddered under the weight of an unseen force. Alarms blared, their high-pitched wails echoing through the metallic corridors. Elara, her eyes sharp and focused, gripped her temporal disruptor tightly as she sprinted toward the command center. The Time Wraith had struck, its attack as swift and merciless as the ticking of a clock running out. The Wraith's forces materialized from the fractures in time, their shadowy forms flickering like static on an old screen. They moved with an eerie precision, their glowing eyes piercing through the chaos. Elara's team, though caught off guard, responded with the discipline of seasoned warriors. Zephyr, the team's tech genius, activated the facility's defensive shields, their blue glow flickering as they struggled to hold against the Wraith's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Kale, the group's combat specialist, rallied the guards, his voice cutting through the clamor with unwavering authority. Elara's mind raced as she assessed the situation. The Wraith's attack wasn't just a strike, it was a calculated move to cripple their ability to monitor and stabilize the timelines. She knew they couldn't afford to lose this fight. "Hold the line," she shouted, her voice steady despite the chaos. "We can't let them breach the core." The battle that unfolded was nothing short of brutal. Temporal blasts tore through the air, their energy rippling like waves across the room. Elara's disruptor hummed in her hands as she fired precise shots, each one forcing a Wraith to retreat into the void. Kale fought with a ferocity that seemed almost primal, his movements a blur as he clashed with the shadowy figures. Zephyr, meanwhile, worked furiously at the control panels, rerouting power to the shields and launching countermeasures to destabilize the Wraith's temporal anchors. But the Wraith was relentless, its forces seemed endless, pouring through the temporal rifts with a determination that bordered on madness. Elara felt the weight of every second, knowing that each moment they held the line was a victory, but also a step closer to exhaustion. The headquarters was their last stronghold, and if it fell, the consequences would ripple across every timeline. As the battle raged, Elara caught a glimpse of the Wraith itself, a towering figure cloaked in shifting darkness, its form constantly shifting as if it existed in multiple moments at once. It moved with an unnatural grace, its presence radiating a cold, oppressive energy. She knew they couldn't defeat it directly, but they could push it back. "Zephyr now," she yelled, her voice cutting through the din. Zephyr didn't hesitate. With a final keystroke, he activated the temporal surge, a last-ditch effort to destabilize the Wraith's connection to this timeline. The room seemed to hold its breath as the surge rippled outward, its energy colliding with the Wraith's forces. For a moment, everything was still, and then, with a deafening roar, the Wraith and its minions were forced back, their forms dissolving into the fractured void. The silence that followed was almost deafening. Elara stood amidst the wreckage, her chest heaving as she surveyed the damage. The headquarters had held, but the cost was evident. Kale leaned heavily against a console, his hand pressed to a wound on his side. Zephyr's fingers trembled as he worked to stabilize the systems. They had won, but the victory was bittersweet. Elara knew this was only the beginning. The Wraith had tested their defenses, and it would return. But for now, they had bought themselves time, precious, fleeting time. As she looked at her team, their faces etched with exhaustion and determination, she felt a surge of pride. They had faced the impossible and emerged stronger. And as long as they stood together, they would continue to fight for the balance of time itself. Elara's breath caught in her throat as she crouched behind the jagged stone column, her pulse racing like a drumbeat in her ears. The Time Wraith loomed ahead, its ethereal form shifting like smoke caught in a breeze, but something was different this time. Its movements weren't the erratic, chaotic flailing she'd come to expect. Instead, there was a deliberate precision to the way it glided through the air, its glowing eyes scanning the ruins with an unnerving focus. It wasn't hunting blindly, it was searching. For what, she couldn't yet tell, but the realization struck her like a lightning bolt. This creature wasn't just a predator, it was thinking, calculating, perhaps even planning. Her mind raced back to the ancient texts she'd studied in the archives of the lost city of Zephyria. The scholars had described the Time Wraiths as mindless forces of destruction, entities that existed only to consume time itself. But what if they'd been wrong? What if the Time Wraiths were more than just instinct-driven beasts? The idea was both terrifying and exhilarating. If it was true, then everything she thought she knew about these creatures and how to deal with them was about to change. Elara's instincts screamed at her to strike first, to use the chrono blade strapped to her side before the Wraith could sense her presence. Yet, her curiosity held her hand. She watched as the creature paused near a crumbling altar, its translucent form flickering with an almost mournful light. It reached out with a clawed hand, brushing against an ancient carving etched into the stone. The symbol glowed faintly in response, a soft hum filling the air. Recognition dawned on her. That symbol, it matched the one she'd seen in the ruins of Zephyria, the same one the scholars had linked to the concept of time's cyclical nature. Could the Wraith be trying to communicate, or was it simply drawn to the energy of the carving? Her thoughts spiraled. If the Time Wraith was sentient, then perhaps it wasn't an enemy to be destroyed. Maybe it was a guardian, a being tasked with protecting something far greater than she could comprehend. But then again, if it was truly intelligent, that made it even more dangerous. A creature with purpose could be reasoned with or manipulated, and if it couldn't be reasoned with, then its destruction would be all the more necessary. The stakes had just skyrocketed, and Elara found herself at a crossroads. Could she risk trying to communicate with a being that had, until now, only brought death and devastation? Or was the safer path to eliminate it before it could act on whatever agenda it might have? She shifted her weight, her fingers tightening around the hilt of the chrono blade. The weapon hummed faintly, resonating with the energy of the Wraith. It was a tool designed to disrupt temporal anomalies, to sever the connection between the Wraiths and the fabric of time itself. But now she wondered if it could serve another purpose. What if the blade wasn't just a weapon, but a key? What if, instead of destroying the Wraith, she could use it to bridge the gap between their worlds, to unlock a dialogue with a being that might hold the answers to the mysteries she'd been chasing? The Time Wraith turned suddenly, its glowing eyes locking onto her hiding place. Elara froze, her breath hitching. It had sensed her, but instead of lunging forward in attack, it tilted its head, studying her with an eerie, almost curious gaze. For a moment, the air between them seemed to crackle with unspoken tension. Then, it spoke not in words, but in a series of images that flooded her mind. Visions of crumbling civilizations, of timelines unraveling, of a great imbalance that threatened to consume everything. The message was fragmented, chaotic, but the intent was clear. The Wraith wasn't the destroyer. It was the responder, the entity trying to restore order in a universe teetering on the edge of collapse. Elara's heart pounded as the visions faded, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. The implications were staggering. If the Wraith was acting out of necessity, then destroying it could doom them all. But if she chose to trust it, she might be stepping into a role far greater and far more dangerous than she'd ever imagined. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, a burden she hadn't asked for but couldn't ignore. In that moment, Elara realized that her journey was no longer just about survival or discovery. It was about understanding, about finding a way to bridge the divide between two worlds before it was too late. Elara stood at the edge of the shimmering void, the Chrono-Key glowing faintly in her hand. The air around her crackled with energy, a reminder of the immense power she now wielded. She knew the Time Wraith's realm was not a place for the unprepared. Its very fabric twisted time and space, making it impossible to predict what lay ahead. Yet she had no choice. The fate of her world, and perhaps countless others, hung in the balance. The Time Wraith had to be confronted, not with force, but with understanding. Elara was determined to negotiate a truce, even if it meant stepping into the unknown. The Chrono-Key pulsed softly, its light casting faint shadows on the jagged rocks around her. This ancient artifact, a relic from a civilization long forgotten, was her only chance. It allowed her to traverse the boundaries of time and space, but it came with a price. Every use drained her energy, leaving her vulnerable. Still, she had no other option. The Time Wraith's attacks were growing more frequent, more destructive. If she didn't act soon, the fragile balance of the multiverse would collapse. Taking a deep breath, Elara activated the Chrono-Key. A swirling vortex of light and shadow erupted before her, its edges flickering like static on an old screen. She hesitated for only a moment before stepping through, her senses immediately overwhelmed. The realm of the Time Wraith was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Time itself seemed to flow in all directions at once. Past, present, and future collided in a chaotic dance. The ground beneath her feet shifted, alternating between solid rock and a strange, liquid-like substance that rippled with every step. In the distance, she could see the faint outline of the Time Wraith, a towering figure cloaked in swirling tendrils of darkness. Its form was constantly shifting, as if it existed in multiple timelines simultaneously. Elara knew that approaching it directly would be suicide. The Wraith was a being of pure energy, a manifestation of the chaos it sought to spread. To communicate with it, she would need to find a way to synchronize with its frequency, to bridge the gap between their worlds. Her mind raced as she considered her options. The Chrono-Key could manipulate time, but it required precise control. One wrong move, and she could be lost forever in the endless corridors of this realm. She decided to create a temporal anchor, a fixed point in time, that would allow her to maintain her connection to reality, while venturing deeper into the Wraith's domain. Carefully, she adjusted the settings on the key, the hum of its energy growing louder as she worked. As the anchor stabilized, Elara felt a surge of confidence. She began to move toward the Wraith, each step measured and deliberate. The air grew heavier the closer she got, the weight of countless timelines pressing down on her. She could feel the Wraith's presence now, a cold, oppressive force that seemed to seep into her very soul, but she didn't falter. Her resolve was unshakable. When she was close enough, she raised the Chrono-Key, its light cutting through the darkness. "I come in peace," she called out, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. "I know you are a being of chaos, but chaos without purpose leads only to destruction. Let us find a way to coexist." The Time Wraith's form shifted again, its tendrils curling and uncurling as if considering her words. For a moment there was silence, then a deep, resonant voice echoed through the realm, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You dare enter my domain, mortal. You speak of peace, but your kind has only ever sought to control what you do not understand." Elara swallowed hard, her grip tightening on the Chrono-Key. "I do not seek control," she replied. "I seek balance. Your actions threaten to unravel the very fabric of existence. Surely there is another way." The Wraith's response was a low, rumbling growl, but it did not attack. Instead, it seemed to be waiting, watching. Elara realized that this was her chance. She began to explain her plan, a truce that would allow the Wraith to exist without causing harm, a compromise that would preserve the integrity of the multiverse. It was a risky proposal, one that required trust on both sides, but as she spoke, she could sense a shift in the Wraith's demeanor, a subtle softening of its chaotic energy. The journey was far from over, and the dangers were far from gone, but for the first time, Elara felt a glimmer of hope. The Time Wraith was not an enemy to be defeated, but a force to be understood. And with the Chrono-Key in hand, she was determined to bridge the gap between their worlds, no matter the cost. Elara stepped into the shimmering expanse of the Time Wraith's realm, a place where the air itself seemed to hum with the weight of ages. The ground beneath her feet was neither solid nor liquid, but something in between, a fluid, pulsating surface that shifted with every step, as if it were alive. Above her, the sky was a kaleidoscope of fractured timelines, each shard glowing faintly with the echoes of events that had been, could have been, or might yet be. It was a place outside of time, a sanctuary or perhaps a prison for the being she had come to confront. As she ventured deeper, the Time Wraith emerged from the swirling mists, its form both majestic and terrifying. Its body was a shifting tapestry of light and shadow, with eyes that burned like twin stars, ancient and knowing. But there was something else in its gaze, something Elara hadn't expected: sorrow. It was not the malevolent force she had imagined, but a creature burdened by an unimaginable weight of grief and regret. The Wraith spoke, its voice a haunting melody that seemed to resonate in her very soul. "You seek answers, Ellara, but are you prepared for the truth?" Its words were not a challenge but a plea, as if it longed for someone to understand its pain. Ellara hesitated, then nodded. The Wraith's form shimmered, and suddenly she was no longer standing in the realm, but witnessing a memory, a vision of the past. She saw the Wraith as it once was, a radiant guardian of time, a being of pure energy tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between realities. It was a noble purpose, one that required vigilance and sacrifice. The Wraith watched over the threads of existence, ensuring that no timeline unraveled or collided with another. It was a silent sentinel, unseen and unthanked, but essential to the fabric of the multiverse. But then came the Aetherians, an advanced civilization driven by insatiable curiosity. They sought to harness the very essence of time itself. Their experiments were bold, reckless, and ultimately catastrophic. They created devices that could bend the flow of time, tearing holes in the fabric of reality. At first, the Wraith tried to repair the damage, weaving the frayed threads back together, but the Ithorians' ambition knew no bounds. They pushed further, deeper, until their meddling created a cascade of disruptions ripples that spread across countless timelines, threatening to collapse the entire multiverse. The Wraith, overwhelmed by the chaos, began to change. The corruption seeped into its essence, twisting its purpose. No longer a guardian, it became a force of chaos, its once pure energy now tainted by the Ithorians' hubris. The very balance it had sworn to protect was shattered, and in its despair, the Wraith retreated to this realm, a place where time stood still, where it could no longer do harm, or so it believed. Ellara felt the weight of this revelation settle over her like a heavy cloak. The Wraith was not the villain she had imagined, but a victim, a casualty of the Ithorians' unchecked ambition. Its corruption was not a choice, but a consequence, a tragic fall from grace. And now, standing before it, she understood the true stakes of her journey. To restore balance, she would need to confront not just the Wraith, but the legacy of the Ithorians themselves. The Wraith's voice broke through her thoughts, softer now, almost pleading. "Can you see now, Ellara? The path ahead is treacherous, and the cost may be more than you are willing to bear. But if you succeed, perhaps there is hope, not just for me, but for all the worlds that hang in the balance." Ellara took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. She had come this far, and there was no turning back. The Wraith's story was a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of tampering with forces beyond understanding. But it was also a call to action, a chance to right the wrongs of the past and forge a new future. As the vision faded and she returned to the realm, she knew what she had to do. The journey ahead would be fraught with peril, but she was ready to face it. For the Wraith, for the Ithorians, and for every reality teetering on the edge of collapse. Ellara stood at the edge of the shimmering void, her eyes locked on the spectral form of the Time Wraith. The air around her crackled with energy, a reminder of the fragile state of the timelines. The Wraith's voice echoed, neither cruel nor kind, but resolute. Balance must be restored, it intoned, its form flickering like a dying star, but the cost is great. The Chrono-Key must be destroyed, and with it, all travel through time. Choose wisely, for the fate of existence itself hangs in the balance. Her heart raced as the weight of the decision settled on her shoulders. The Chrono-Key wasn't just a relic, it was the culmination of centuries of human ingenuity, the very tool that had allowed her to journey through the ages, uncover lost civilizations, and piece together the fractured history of the cosmos. To destroy it would mean severing humanity's connection to its past and its future, no more unraveling the mysteries of ancient cultures, no more preventing disasters before they occurred, no more second chances. It would be an end to an era, a finality that felt almost unthinkable, but the alternative was even more dire. The temporal collapse loomed like a storm on the horizon, a catastrophic unraveling of reality itself. She had seen glimpses of it in her travels' timelines, bleeding into one another, entire civilizations erased as if they had never existed, and the haunting silence of a universe where time itself had fractured. The Wraith's words were not an exaggeration. If she refused its terms, the consequences would be beyond comprehension. Elara's mind raced, weighing the options. She thought of the people she had met across the ages, the scholars of the lost city of Etheria, who had sacrificed everything to preserve their knowledge, the nomadic starfarers of the Andarian expanse, who had taught her the value of adaptability and resilience, and even the enigmatic Chrono-Sages, whose warnings about meddling with time now rang truer than ever. Each of them had left their mark on her, shaping her understanding of the delicate web of cause and effect. Could she really condemn their legacies to oblivion? The Wraith's gaze bore into her, its presence both ancient and otherworldly. "You are the last of your kind," it said, its voice carrying the weight of inevitability. The Chrono-Key is a tool of disruption, a relic of hubris. Its destruction is the only way to mend the fractures you have created. Hubris, the word stung, but it wasn't entirely untrue. Humanity had always reached for the stars, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a desire to conquer the unknown. But in their quest to master time, had they overstepped? Had they played with forces they could never truly control? Elara's hand tightened around the Chrono-Key, its surface cool and unyielding. It felt like a paradox, a symbol of hope and a harbinger of destruction all at once. She glanced back at the Wraith, its form shimmering like a mirage. "If I agree," she began, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "What happens to the timelines? To the people who exist because of what we've done?" The Wraith's response was immediate. "The timelines will stabilize, the fractures will heal, but the past will remain as it was, untouched by the hands of time travelers. The future will unfold as it should, free from the distortions of interference. It is not a perfect solution, but it is the only one." Elara closed her eyes, letting the enormity of the choice sink in. To destroy the Chrono-Key was to relinquish control, to accept that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, some doors forever closed. But it was also an act of humility, a recognition that some forces were too vast, too powerful for any one person, or even an entire species, to command. As she stood there, the weight of the decision pressing down on her, she realized that this wasn't just about her. It was about the countless lives that had been touched by her actions, the civilizations that had risen and fallen because of the choices she and others had made. To destroy the Chrono-Key was to give them a chance at a stable, unbroken existence, a future free from the chaos of temporal collapse. The Wraith's form began to fade, its voice growing distant. "The choice is yours, Elara, but choose quickly, for time waits for no one." Her fingers trembled as she gripped the Chrono-Key, its hum fading into silence. She took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. The path ahead was clear, even if it was fraught with sacrifice. And as she prepared to make her decision, she couldn't help but wonder, what would the world look like when the echoes of time travel finally faded away? Elara stood in the dimly lit chamber, the air heavy with the weight of her decision. The Time Wraith's voice still echoed in her mind, its words a chilling reminder of the stakes at hand. "Agree to my terms," it had demanded, "or face the unraveling of all you hold dear." She had nodded, her face a mask of compliance, but behind her calm exterior, her mind raced. She couldn't trust the Wraith, not with the fragile balance of time hanging in the balance. And so, as the echoes of their agreement faded, she began to plot. The Time Wraith's terms were clear. She was to use the existing Chrono-Key to manipulate time, bending it to their will. But Elara knew better. She had seen the consequences of unchecked meddling. Entire civilizations erased, futures rewritten, and the fabric of reality strained to its limits. The Wraith's vision was one of chaos, a world reshaped without regard for the delicate threads that held existence together. She couldn't let that happen. But outright defiance was impossible. The Wraith's power was too vast, its reach too far. She needed another way, And so, in the quiet hours when the world slept, Elara began her work. Hidden deep within her sanctuary, a place known only to her, she gathered the tools and materials she would need. The original Chrono-Key had been a marvel of ancient engineering, a device capable of bending time itself. But it was flawed, a tool of destruction as much as creation. Elara's goal was to build something new, a device that could harness the same power but with precision and care. A Chrono-Key that could be used responsibly without tearing apart the delicate tapestry of time. Her first challenge was understanding the original design. The Chrono-Key was a labyrinth of intricate mechanisms, each component a puzzle waiting to be solved. She spent hours poring over schematics, her fingers tracing the lines of ancient blueprints. The key's core was powered by a rare temporal crystal, a substance that resonated with the flow of time itself, but the crystal's energy was volatile, prone to spiraling out of control. Elara knew she needed to find a way to stabilize it, to channel its power without risking catastrophe. As she worked, she couldn't help but think of the civilizations lost to time, their stories erased by those who sought to rewrite history. The thought fueled her determination. She wasn't just building a device, she was crafting a safeguard, a way to protect the past, present, and future from those who would abuse the power of time. Her hands moved with purpose, each adjustment bringing her closer to her goal. She experimented with new materials, testing their resilience and compatibility with the temporal crystal. Some failed, their energy signatures too unstable, but with each failure she learned, refining her design until she began to see the glimmer of a solution. The heart of her new Chrono-Key would be a regulator, a mechanism designed to control the flow of temporal energy. Unlike the original, which allowed for unrestricted manipulation, her device would have built-in safeguards. It would allow for precise adjustments, small corrections that could mend the fabric of time without unraveling it. It was a delicate balance, one that required precision and patience. But Elara was nothing if not meticulous. As the days turned into weeks, the new Chrono-Key began to take shape. Its form was sleek and elegant, a stark contrast to the jagged, ominous design of the original. But its true beauty lay in its function. With each test, Elara saw the potential for something greater, a tool that could protect time rather than exploit it. She knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger. The Time Wraith would not take kindly to her defiance, and the path she had chosen was one of secrecy and risk. But as she held the nearly completed device in her hands, she felt a surge of hope. This was her chance to make a difference, to ensure that the power of time remained in the hands of those who would use it wisely. And so, with the new Chrono-Key nearing completion, Elara prepared for the battles to come. The Time Wraith's shadow loomed large, but she was no longer afraid. She had a plan, and for the first time in a long while, she felt in control of her destiny. The balance of time was fragile, but it was worth fighting for. And fight she would, no matter the cost. Elara's fingers moved deftly over the glowing components of the Chrono-Key, her focus sharp as she calibrated its intricate mechanisms. The device hummed softly, a symphony of light and sound that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. But as she adjusted the final settings, something unexpected happened. A flicker in the corner of her vision, like a shadow passing just out of sight. She blinked, trying to shake the sensation, but it grew stronger, more insistent. Suddenly, the workshop around her dissolved, and she found herself standing in a world that was both familiar and utterly alien. The first vision struck her like a thunderclap. She was no longer in her workshop, but standing on a barren, windswept plain. The sky above was a deep, unnatural violet, streaked with crimson clouds. In the distance, she saw a city, its towering spires crumbling under the weight of time. Figures moved through the ruins, their faces obscured by hoods, their movements slow and deliberate. Elara felt a pang of recognition. This was her world, but one where she had failed to complete the Chrono-Key. The air was thick with despair, a tangible weight that pressed down on her chest. She reached out, trying to touch the crumbling stones of the nearest building, but her hand passed through as if it were made of smoke. The vision faded, leaving her breathless and disoriented. Before she could recover, another vision took its place. This time, she stood in a bustling metropolis, its streets alive with energy and light. The people around her wore expressions of joy and determination, their faces lit by the glow of advanced technology. She recognized some of them friends, allies, even strangers she had once passed in the corridors of her own time. They moved with purpose, their lives vibrant and full of promise. Elara realized with a start that this was a world where she had succeeded, where the Chrono-Key had not only been completed, but had ushered in a new era of prosperity. The air buzzed with possibility, and for a moment she allowed herself to feel hope, but just as quickly as it had come, the vision vanished, leaving her standing once more in her workshop. The visions came faster now, each one a fragment of a possible future. She saw a world where the Chrono-Key had fallen into the wrong hands, its power twisted to serve the ambitions of a tyrant. She saw another where she had chosen to abandon the project altogether, leaving humanity to fend for itself against the encroaching darkness. Each reality carried with it a weight, a sense of inevitability that made her chest tighten. She began to understand that her choices, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, rippled out into the fabric of time, shaping destinies she could scarcely comprehend. In one particularly vivid vision, she saw herself older, weary, but resolute. She stood before a council of leaders from across the galaxy, her voice steady as she argued for the responsible use of the Chrono-Key. The weight of her words carried the wisdom of experience, and she could see the impact they had on those who listened. It was a future where she had embraced her role not just as a scientist, but as a guardian of time itself. The vision lingered longer than the others, as if urging her to pay attention, to recognize the gravity of the path before her. As the visions finally subsided, Elara found herself sitting on the floor of her workshop, her hands trembling. The Chrono-Key lay before her, its light now dimmed, as if waiting for her next move. She took a deep breath, her mind racing with the implications of what she had seen. Each vision had been a window into a possible future, a glimpse of the consequences that lay hidden within her choices. She realized now that the Chrono-Key was more than just a tool. It was a responsibility, a burden she could not afford to take lightly. Her thoughts turned to the people she had seen in those alternate realities, the ones who had suffered, the ones who had thrived, the ones whose lives had been shaped by her actions. She felt a surge of determination, a resolve to ensure that her choices would lead to the best possible outcome, but she also felt a flicker of doubt, a whisper of fear that whispered of the risks that lay ahead. The visions had shown her the stakes, and now it was up to her to navigate the delicate balance between hope and caution. The Chrono-Key was a gateway to countless possibilities, and Elara knew that the future of not just her world but countless others depended on the choices she would make. Elara's hands trembled as she held the newly forged Chrono-Key, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The culmination of years of research, countless sacrifices, and sleepless nights had led to this moment. The key pulsed with energy, a tangible manifestation of hope against the encroaching darkness of the Time Wraith. But before she could even begin to test its capabilities, a chilling presence filled the chamber. The air grew thick, and the faint whispers of distorted time echoed around her. The Time Wraith had arrived. The entity materialized in a swirl of fractured light and shadow, its form shifting and writhing as though it existed outside the bounds of reality. Its voice, a dissonant chorus of past, present, and future, reverberated through the room. "Foolish mortal," it hissed, "you dare to challenge the inevitability of entropy. The flow of time is mine to command, and your defiance will only hasten your end." Elara's heart raced, but she stood firm, gripping the Chrono-Key tightly. She knew this moment was inevitable, the final confrontation that would decide the fate of the universe. The battle began with a surge of energy so intense it seemed to warp the fabric of reality itself. The Time Wraith lashed out with tendrils of corrupted time, each strike erasing fragments of the chamber from existence. Elara countered with the Chrono-Key, its power allowing her to manipulate temporal forces in ways she had only theorized. She created temporal shields, deflecting the Wraith's attacks, and unleashed bursts of chronal energy that disrupted its form. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves rippling through the fabric of space-time, threatening to tear the universe apart. As the fight raged on, Elara realized the true magnitude of the Wraith's power. It wasn't just a being of destruction, it was a manifestation of the chaos that comes when time itself is unraveled. Every strike she landed seemed insignificant against its ever-shifting form. Desperation crept into her mind, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the lessons she had learned throughout her journey. She remembered the wisdom of the ancient chronomancers, the sacrifices of her allies, and the countless civilizations that had been lost to the Wraith's rampage. She couldn't fail, not now. Summoning all her strength, Elara channeled the full power of the Chrono-Key. The room around her dissolved into a vortex of swirling timelines, each one a thread in the tapestry of existence. She reached out, grasping at the threads, weaving them into a new pattern, a reality where the Time Wraith's influence could be contained. The Wraith roared in defiance, its form flickering as it struggled to maintain its hold on the timeline. For a moment, it seemed as though Elara might succeed, but the Wraith was not so easily defeated. It retaliated with a surge of temporal energy so powerful, it shattered the vortex, sending Elara sprawling. The Chrono-Key slipped from her grasp, its light flickering ominously. The Wraith loomed over her, its form towering and menacing. "You cannot rewrite what has already been written," it sneered. "The end is inevitable." Elara, battered but unbroken, looked up at the creature. "Maybe not," she whispered, her voice steady despite the pain, "but I can create a new beginning." With a burst of determination, she reached for the Chrono-Key, her fingers closing around it just as the Wraith prepared to deliver the final blow. The key flared to life, its light piercing the darkness. In that moment, Elara made her choice. She activated the key's ultimate function, a temporal reset that would rewrite the timeline itself. The chamber was consumed in a blinding flash of light, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. When the light faded, the Time Wraith was gone, its presence erased from existence, but the victory came at a cost. The Chrono-Key, drained of its power, crumbled to dust in Elara's hand. She collapsed to her knees, exhausted but triumphant. The universe was safe, for now, but as she gazed at the remnants of the key, a thought lingered in her mind. The battle was over, but the war against the forces that sought to unravel time was far from finished. As Elara gripped the newly forged Chrono-Key, its surface pulsed with an otherworldly glow, resonating with the rhythms of time itself. The Time Wraith loomed before her, a shadowy figure shimmering with chaotic energy, its form flickering between past, present, and future. The air crackled with tension as the two forces, order and chaos, faced off in a battle that would determine the fate of time. With a deep breath, Elara activated the Chrono-Key. The device hummed to life, its intricate mechanisms aligning with the precise flow of temporal energy. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the responsibility of preserving the delicate balance of time resting squarely on her shoulders. The Time Wraith, sensing her intent, let out a guttural roar and surged forward, its tendrils of distorted time lashing out like whips, but Elara was ready. She raised the Chrono-Key, its light cutting through the chaos like a beacon. With a deliberate motion, she began to weave a complex pattern, manipulating the threads of time to create a temporal loop. The Wraith's movement slowed, its form blurring as it became ensnared in the intricate web she had crafted. Each loop reinforced the last, tightening the trap until the creature was immobilized, its chaotic energy contained within a self-sustaining cycle. The victory, however, came at a cost. As the temporal loop solidified, Elara felt a sharp, searing pain in her chest. The Chrono-Key, powerful as it was required a tremendous amount of energy to maintain its function. She could feel her own life force draining, a price she hadn't fully anticipated. Her vision blurred and she staggered, clutching the device as if it were the only thing keeping her upright. Around her, the fabric of time began to stabilize. The distortions that had plagued the timeline smoothed out, the fractures sealing themselves as the balance was restored. But the toll on Elara was undeniable. She had succeeded in neutralizing the Time Wraith without destroying it, a feat that preserved the integrity of time itself, but the personal sacrifice was immense. Her breathing grew shallow and she sank to her knees, the Chrono-Key still glowing faintly in her hands. In the aftermath, the world seemed eerily quiet. The once raging storm of temporal chaos had subsided, leaving behind a stillness that felt almost unnatural. Elara gazed at the trapped Time Wraith, its form now a frozen silhouette within the loop. She knew this was a temporary solution, the creature could not be held forever, but for now, the immediate threat had been averted, and the timeline was safe. As she struggled to her feet, Elara couldn't help but reflect on the cost of her actions. The Chrono-Key had been a tool of salvation, but it had also exacted a heavy price. Her body ached, her mind was clouded with exhaustion, and she knew that her journey was far from over. The balance of time had been restored, but at what cost? And what new challenges would arise as a result of her choices? The silence stretched on, broken only by the faint hum of the temporal loop. Elara took a final look at the trapped wraith, her expression a mix of relief and determination. She had done what needed to be done, but the road ahead was uncertain. With the Chrono-Key in hand, she turned and began the long walk back, each step a reminder of the sacrifices made and the battles yet to come. As the Time Wraith's chaotic energy was finally sealed within the ancient containment device, Elara allowed herself a rare moment of quiet reflection. The battle had been long and grueling, but it was over for now. Yet as she stood there, the weight of her next responsibility pressed heavily on her shoulders. The Chrono-Guard, once a fledgling group of time travelers, had grown into a formidable force for good. But with growth came new challenges, and Elara knew that the key to their continued success lay in the next generation. She turned her gaze to the horizon, where the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the training grounds. It was here, in this sacred space, that she would begin her most important work. Elara had always believed that true power wasn't just about strength or skill, it was about understanding the weight of one's actions. Time travel was not a gift to be taken lightly, it was a responsibility that could reshape history itself. And so, she resolved to train a new cohort of time travelers, instilling in them not just the techniques of temporal navigation, but the ethics that would guide their every decision. The first lesson began with a simple yet profound question. What does it mean to be a guardian of time? Elara posed this to the young recruits gathered before her. Their faces, a mix of awe and uncertainty, reflected the gravity of the task ahead. She didn't expect them to have all the answers, not yet. Instead, she shared stories of the Chrono-Guard's earliest days, of triumphs and mistakes, of moments when the line between right and wrong had been perilously thin. These weren't just tales of heroism, they were cautionary reminders of the stakes involved. One story stood out. She recounted the time a well-meaning recruit had attempted to prevent a historical tragedy, only to inadvertently trigger a chain of events that nearly erased an entire civilization from existence. Time, Elara explained, her voice steady yet tinged with emotion, is like a tapestry. Every thread is interconnected. Pull one strand too hard and the entire fabric can unravel. Our role is not to rewrite history, but to protect its integrity. To drive the point home, she introduced them to the temporal mirror, a device that allowed them to witness the ripple effects of their actions across timelines. Through its shimmering surface, the recruits watched as small, seemingly insignificant choices spiraled into monumental consequences. A single word spoken out of turn, a misplaced artifact, even a moment of hesitation, all had the potential to alter the course of history. The experience was humbling, and it left the recruits with a newfound respect for the power they wielded, but Elara knew that theory alone wasn't enough. Practical training was essential. She led them through simulations, challenging them to navigate complex temporal scenarios without disrupting the timeline. One exercise involved a pivotal moment in the history of the lost civilization of Etheria. The recruits had to ensure that a critical artifact reached its intended destination without being detected by those who might misuse it. The task required precision, teamwork, and a deep understanding of cause and effect. Mistakes were made, some comical, others sobering, but each misstep became a lesson in itself. As the days turned into weeks, Elara watched with pride as her students grew. They began to think not just about the immediate consequences of their actions, but about the long-term implications. They learned to weigh the moral complexities of their choices, to ask themselves not just, can we do this, but should we do this? It was a transformation that went beyond skill. It was a shift in mindset, a recognition of the profound responsibility they carried. Yet, Elara also knew that the journey was far from over. The Chrono-Guard's mission was a never-ending one, and the challenges they faced would only grow more complex. But as she looked at her students, their determination, their compassion, their willingness to learn, she felt a flicker of hope. They were the future, not just of the Chrono-Guard, but of all the worlds and timelines they would protect. And in their hands, she believed, time itself was in good hands. As Elara stood on the observation deck of the Chrono-Guard's flagship, the weight of her recent journey still lingered in her thoughts. The stars outside the viewport shimmered like countless tiny beacons, a reminder of the vastness of time and space she had traversed. Just as she began to reflect on the sacrifices made and the battles fought, a soft chime echoed through the room. The holographic interface before her flickered to life, and a message began to unfold, a transmission unlike any she had ever seen. The message was from the descendants of the Ithorians, the ancient civilization whose fate had been so intricately tied to her own. Their words carried a tone of gratitude, a warmth that transcended the cold vastness of the cosmos. They thanked Elara for her unwavering resolve, for the courage she had shown in unraveling the mysteries of their shared past. Their timeline, they revealed, had been stabilized. The fractures that once threatened to collapse their existence had been mended, thanks to her efforts and the unity of the Chrono-Guard. But the message didn't stop there. The Ithorians offered something far greater than gratitude. They extended an invitation to share their knowledge. For millennia, their civilization had thrived on the edge of time itself, mastering technologies and philosophies that defied comprehension. Now, they were willing to open their archives, to pass on the wisdom they had accumulated over countless generations. This wasn't just a gesture of goodwill, it was a promise to ensure that the mistakes of the past would never be repeated. Elara felt a surge of emotions, relief, hope, and a profound sense of responsibility. The Ithorians' knowledge could revolutionize the Chrono-Guard's mission, offering tools to navigate the complexities of time with greater precision and care. Yet she couldn't shake the thought of what this meant for the future. The Ithorians had once been a beacon of progress, but their downfall had been swift and devastating. Their willingness to share their wisdom now was both a gift and a warning, a reminder that even the most advanced civilizations are not immune to hubris. As she relayed the message to her team, the atmosphere in the command center shifted. There was a palpable sense of anticipation, mingled with caution. Commander Voss, ever the pragmatist, raised a critical point. This knowledge could change everything, but we need to approach it with care. The Ithorians' legacy is as much a cautionary tale as it is a treasure trove. His words resonated deeply with Elara. The mistakes of the past weren't just historical footnotes, they were lessons etched in the fabric of time itself. The Ithorians' archives were vast, spanning disciplines that blurred the line between science and art. Their understanding of temporal mechanics went beyond mere equations. It encompassed the ethical and philosophical implications of manipulating time. They had developed protocols to prevent paradoxes, technologies to heal temporal rifts, and frameworks to ensure that the flow of history remained intact. But they also documented their failures, their missteps in wielding such power, the moments when their ambition outpaced their wisdom. Ellara knew that this knowledge wasn't just a tool, it was a responsibility. The Chrono-Guard would need to integrate it thoughtfully, balancing progress with prudence. The Ithorians' offer wasn't just about advancing their capabilities, it was about fostering a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all timelines. Every decision, every action, rippled across the fabric of existence, shaping realities in ways that could never be fully predicted. As the team began to draft their response, Ellara found herself reflecting on the journey that had brought them to this moment. The Aetherians had once been lost to time, their story buried beneath the weight of their own mistakes. Now, through their descendants, they had found a way to reach across the ages, to ensure that their legacy would not be forgotten. And in doing so, they had given the Chrono-Guard a chance to rewrite the future, not by erasing the past, but by learning from it. The stars outside the viewport seemed to shine a little brighter, as if echoing the hope that now filled the room. Ellara knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but for the first time in a long while, she felt a spark of optimism. The mistakes of the past could not be undone, but they could be transformed into stepping stones toward a brighter tomorrow. And with the Ithorians' knowledge as their guide, the Chrono-Guard would walk that path with both humility and determination. As Ellara stood on the observation deck of the Chrono-Guard's central hub, the sprawling cityscape below seemed to glow with the energy of countless lives intertwined. The organization she had helped build had grown far beyond what she had ever imagined. What had started as a small band of explorers and scholars had become a global force, dedicated to preserving the secrets of lost civilizations and safeguarding the fragile threads of time. But with that growth came a new kind of pressure, one that Ellara hadn't fully anticipated. The weight of her responsibilities pressed down on her shoulders like the gravity of a collapsing star. Every decision she made rippled across the organization, affecting not just her team, but the delicate balance of history itself. She had always been driven by a sense of duty, a belief that she was uniquely suited to guide the Chrono-Guard through the challenges of their mission. But lately, doubts had begun to creep in. Was she still the right person to lead, or had the organization outgrown her? Elara's thoughts turned to the recent mission in the ruins of an ancient civilization, hidden deep within the Amazon rainforest. The expedition had uncovered a series of artifacts that hinted at a long-lost technology capable of manipulating time itself. The discovery was groundbreaking, but it had also sparked heated debates within the Chrono-Guard. Some argued that the technology should be studied and harnessed for the greater good, while others feared the consequences of meddling with forces they barely understood. Ellara had been the one to make the final call, ordering the artifacts to be sealed away until they could better understand their implications. The decision had been met with mixed reactions, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she had let some of her team down. It wasn't just the big decisions that weighed on her. The day-to-day demands of leadership were becoming increasingly overwhelming. Reports, meetings, and diplomatic negotiations with other organizations consumed her time, leaving little room for the hands-on exploration she had once loved. She missed the thrill of stepping into a newly discovered chamber, the rush of piecing together the mysteries of the past. Now, she spent more time in boardrooms than in the field, and it was starting to take a toll. Elara's closest advisors had noticed the change in her. One evening, after a particularly grueling day, her second-in-command, Kale, approached her in the quiet solitude of the hub's archives. "You've been carrying this burden alone for too long," he said gently. "The Chrono-Guard is stronger now than it's ever been, but it's also more complex. Maybe it's time to consider passing the torch." His words had struck a chord. Ellara had always prided herself on her ability to lead, but she couldn't ignore the truth in what he was saying. The organization needed someone who could navigate its growing complexities with fresh energy and perspective, and yet, the thought of stepping aside filled her with a deep sense of unease. The Chrono-Guard was her life's work, her legacy. Could she really let go? As she wrestled with the decision, memories of her earliest days with the Chrono-Guard came flooding back. She remembered the thrill of their first major discovery, a hidden temple in the Himalayas that had revealed the existence of an advanced ancient civilization. Back then, the stakes had felt smaller, the path clearer, but now, with so much at stake, the weight of every choice felt almost unbearable. Elara knew that the decision wouldn't be easy. If she chose to step aside, she would need to find someone she could trust to lead the Chrono-Guard with the same passion and integrity she had brought to the role. And if she stayed, she would need to find a way to balance the demands of leadership with the parts of the work that still brought her joy. Either way, the choice would shape not just her future, but the future of the organization she had dedicated her life to. For now, she allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection, gazing out at the city below. The Chrono-Guard had come so far, but its journey was far from over. And as much as Elara loved the organization, she knew that love sometimes meant knowing when to let go. The question was she ready to take that step? Elara stood at the edge of the observatory, the vast expanse of the cosmos stretching endlessly before her. The weight of her role as the leader of the Chrono-Guard pressed heavily on her shoulders, but it was a burden she had come to accept with quiet resolve. She had spent years guiding her people through the turbulent aftermath of the Ithorian revelations, her leadership a beacon of hope in an uncertain time. Yet, as the dust began to settle, Elara knew she could no longer carry the weight of the Chrono-Guard alone. She needed to trust in those who had stood by her side, to share the responsibilities that had once consumed her every waking moment. With a deep breath, she turned to address her closest allies, a group of individuals who had proven their loyalty and capability time and time again. Among them was Kale, the brilliant strategist whose quick thinking had saved countless lives during the crisis. There was also Lyra, a gifted engineer whose innovations had revolutionized the Chrono-Guard's technology. And then there was Jerk, the historian whose encyclopedic knowledge of the Ithorians had been instrumental in piecing together their ancient legacy. These were the people Elara trusted implicitly, and she knew it was time to lean on their strengths. Kale, she began, her voice steady but filled with conviction. I need you to take on a greater role within the Guard. The decisions we make now will shape the future of our order, and I trust your judgment above all else. Kale nodded, his expression a mix of pride and determination. He had always been ready to step up, and now, with Elara's blessing, he would do so with renewed purpose. To Lyra, Elara assigned the task of overseeing the ongoing technological advancements within the Chrono-Guard. Our success depends on staying ahead of the curve, she explained. Your innovations have already given us an edge, but I need you to push even further. Explore every possibility, no matter how unconventional. Lyra's eyes sparkled with excitement at the challenge, her mind already racing with ideas for what could come next. Finally, Elara turned to Jerk, her voice softening as she spoke. Your work has been invaluable, but there is still so much we don't know about the Ithorians. I need you to dive deeper into their archives to uncover the secrets they left behind. The answers we seek may lie in the smallest details, and I trust you to find them. Jerk gave a solemn nod, his passion for history and discovery evident in every word he spoke. With her allies now shouldering more of the responsibilities, Elara felt a sense of relief she hadn't known in years. But her work was far from over. She turned her attention to the Ithorian artifacts that had been recovered, their intricate designs and mysterious inscriptions holding the key to understanding the ancient civilization. Each day, she pored over the data, her mind racing with theories and possibilities. What had driven the Ithorians to achieve such incredible feats of science and technology? What had caused their downfall, and most importantly, what could their legacy teach humanity about its own future? Elara's research became all-consuming, her determination unwavering. She spent countless hours in the archives, her desk piled high with notes and holographic projections of Ithorian texts. She began to notice patterns, subtle clues that hinted at a greater truth. The Aetherians, she realized, had not merely been advanced, they had been transcendent, their understanding of time and space far beyond anything humanity had ever imagined. But with that knowledge came a warning, a cryptic message embedded within their writings. It spoke of a balance, a delicate equilibrium that must be maintained to prevent catastrophe. As Ellara delved deeper, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was on the brink of a monumental discovery. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place, and she knew that the answers she sought were within her grasp. But time was of the essence, and the stakes had never been higher. The secrets of the Ithorians were not just a window into the past. They were a roadmap for the future, one that could either save humanity or lead to its undoing. And so, with her allies by her side and the weight of the Chrono-Guard's mission driving her forward, Ellara pressed on. She was no longer just a leader, she was a seeker of truth, determined to unlock the final secrets of the Ithorians and ensure that their legacy would guide humanity toward a brighter tomorrow. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but Ellara was ready. For her, the pursuit of knowledge was not just a duty, it was a calling. As Ellara stepped into the dimly lit chamber of the hidden Ithorian facility, the air hummed with an otherworldly energy. The walls, carved from a shimmering metallic alloy, seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive. The discovery of this place, hidden beneath the icy surface of a distant moon, was nothing short of miraculous. But what lay before her now was beyond anything she could have anticipated. In the center of the room stood a massive, intricate device, its design unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering spires of translucent crystal intertwined with glowing filaments of light, and at its core, a swirling vortex of colors seemed to shift and dance, as though it held the very essence of the cosmos itself. As she approached, the device responded to her presence, emitting a low, resonant tone that reverberated through the chamber. Elara's heart raced as she realized what she was looking at. This was no ordinary machine. It was a portal, a communication device capable of reaching beyond the boundaries of their universe. The Ithorians, it seemed, had not only mastered the technology to traverse the stars, but had also unlocked the secrets of parallel dimensions. Her mind reeled at the implications. The Ithorians' experiments had pushed the boundaries of science and imagination far beyond what anyone had ever imagined. The device's interface was unlike anything Ellara had encountered before. Symbols, unfamiliar yet strangely intuitive, glowed softly on its surface. Tentatively, she reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth material. Instantly, the room was flooded with light, and a holographic projection materialized before her eyes. It was a map, not of stars or planets, but of universes. Each glowing point represented a parallel reality, connected by threads of energy that pulsed with life. Elara's breath caught in her throat. The Ithorians hadn't just theorized about the multiverse, they had mapped it, studied it, and perhaps even interacted with it. As she delved deeper into the device's workings, she uncovered fragments of data recordings, logs, and cryptic messages left behind by the Ithorians. One entry stood out, a warning, etched in a language she could barely decipher. It spoke of a great danger, a force that had driven the Ithorians to abandon their experiments and hide their discoveries. Whatever they had encountered in their exploration of the multiverse, it had been enough to make them retreat, to seal away their most advanced technology. Ellara felt a chill run down her spine. What could have frightened a civilization so advanced, so daring in their pursuit of knowledge? The device hummed louder, and the vortex at its core began to spin faster. Ellara realized that it was responding to her thoughts, her curiosity. She hesitated, torn between the urge to activate it and the lingering unease stirred by the Ithorian's warning. But the scientist in her, the relentless seeker of truth, couldn't resist. She input a sequence of commands, her fingers moving with a mix of trepidation and excitement. The room filled with a blinding light, and for a moment she felt as though she was being pulled apart and reassembled, her very essence stretched across the fabric of reality. When the light faded, she found herself staring into what appeared to be a window, a view into another universe. The scene before her was both familiar and alien. A city rose in the distance, its architecture reminiscent of Ithorian design, yet subtly different. The sky was a deep, unnatural purple, and the air shimmered with an eerie glow. Elara's heart pounded as she realized the enormity of what she had done. She had bridged the gap between realities, opening a door to a world that was both a reflection and a distortion of her own. But as she watched, something stirred in the distance. A shadow moved, coalescing into a form that defied comprehension. It was vast, amorphous, and radiating a sense of dread that made her stomach churn. The warning in the Ithorians' logs echoed in her mind. This was what they had feared. This was why they had hidden their work. Elara quickly shut down the device, her hands trembling. The room fell silent once more, but the weight of what she had seen lingered. The Ithorians' experiments had not just been about exploration, they had been about survival. And now, Elara had glimpsed the very thing they had tried to escape. As she stood there, the enormity of her discovery settled over her. The Ithorians had not merely been explorers of the stars, they had been pioneers of the multiverse. Their legacy was far greater than anyone had ever imagined, and the secrets they had left behind were both a gift and a warning. Elara knew she had to tread carefully. The device was a key to understanding the true nature of reality, but it was also a doorway to dangers beyond comprehension. And as she prepared to leave the chamber, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was no longer alone, that something somewhere was watching. Elara's fingers trembled slightly as she adjusted the settings on the mysterious device, its surface glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. The air around her seemed to hum, charged with a strange energy as if the very fabric of reality was bending to her will. With a deep breath, she activated the device, feeling a surge of anticipation and dread. The screen flickered to life, and there, staring back at her, was a face she knew all too well, her own. But this version of her was different. Her eyes carried a weight of experience, her expression hardened by battles fought in a timeline Elara could only begin to imagine. "You're here," the other Elara said, her voice steady but tinged with urgency. "I wasn't sure if this would work, but time is running out. Our timelines are converging, and if we don't act soon, the collision will be catastrophic." Elara felt a chill run down her spine. "What do you mean, converging? How is that even possible?" The other Elara leaned closer, her image flickering slightly as if the connection between their worlds was unstable. "The Chrono-Guard," she said, her tone sharp with frustration. "They've been meddling with the timelines, trying to rewrite history to suit their agenda. But their experiments have destabilized the boundaries between realities. What they don't realize is that every change they make creates a ripple effect, pulling our worlds closer together. If this continues, the collision won't just destroy us, it could unravel entire dimensions." Elara's mind raced as she tried to process the gravity of the situation. The Chrono-Guard, an organization she had once trusted, believing they were the protectors of time, had become the architects of its potential destruction. She clenched her fists, determination replacing her initial shock. "What do we need to do?" The other Elara's expression softened slightly, a flicker of hope breaking through her grim demeanor. "We need to work together. I've been tracking their movements in my timeline, and I've identified the source of the instability, a temporal anchor they've created to control the flow of time. If we can destroy it, we might be able to stop the convergence, but it won't be easy. The anchor is heavily guarded, and the Chrono-Guard will do whatever it takes to protect it." Elara nodded, her resolve hardening. "Then we don't have a choice. We have to stop them before it's too late." The other Elara smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "I knew you'd understand, but there's one more thing you need to know. The anchor is located in a place where time itself is fractured, a pocket dimension that exists outside the normal flow of reality. Navigating it will be dangerous, and the rules of time don't apply there. You'll need to trust your instincts and be prepared for anything. As the connection began to fade, the other Elara's voice grew faint. Remember, we're stronger together. Find me in the fractured zone, and we'll end this once and for all. The screen went dark, leaving Elara alone with her thoughts. The weight of what lay ahead pressed heavily on her shoulders, but she couldn't afford to hesitate. The fate of countless realities depended on her actions. She took a moment to gather her strength, her mind already racing with plans and strategies. The Chrono-Guard had underestimated her before, and they would do so again. But this time, she wasn't alone. Together with her parallel self, she would fight to preserve the integrity of time itself. The journey ahead would be perilous, and the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. But as she looked down at the device in her hands, she felt a surge of determination. The convergence of their timelines was no accident. It was a call to action, a chance to rewrite the future before it was too late. And Elara was ready to answer that call, no matter the cost. As Elara stood face to face with her parallel self, the weight of their shared mission pressed heavily on both of them. The Chrono-Key, now glowing faintly in Elara's hands, pulsed with an energy that seemed to hum in rhythm with the very fabric of time. It was more than a tool, it was a lifeline, the only means to save their collapsing universes. But the task ahead was far from simple. Stabilizing the timelines required not just courage but precision, a delicate balance between creation and destruction. The two Elaras, though identical in appearance, brought different strengths to the table. While one had spent years mastering the theoretical intricacies of the Chrono-Key, the other had lived through the chaotic aftermath of its misuse. Together, they formed a perfect partnership, each filling the gaps in the other's knowledge. Their plan was audacious, to use the key to forge a permanent bridge between their realities, a connection strong enough to anchor both timelines and prevent further collapse. The process began with a series of calculations, their minds working in tandem as they mapped out the exact points where their universes intersected. These intersections, though fleeting, were the key to their success. By stabilizing these moments of overlap, they could create a pathway that would allow energy, matter, and even consciousness to flow freely between worlds. It was a delicate operation, one that required perfect synchronization. A single misstep could unravel the fragile equilibrium they were trying to establish. As they activated the Chrono-Key, the air around them seemed to warp, the boundaries of reality bending and twisting like a tapestry caught in the wind. The bridge began to form, a shimmering thread of light that stretched between their two worlds, but the strain was immense. The Chrono-Key, though powerful, was not designed to sustain such a vast connection. Its energy reserves began to deplete rapidly, threatening to sever the bridge before it could fully stabilize. In a moment of shared determination, the Elaras made a bold decision. They would channel their own life force into the key, using their combined energy to reinforce the bridge. It was a risky move, one that could cost them their lives, but they had no other choice. As they poured their essence into the key, the bridge grew stronger, its light intensifying until it became a solid, unbreakable link between their universes. The effort took everything they had. By the time the bridge was fully stabilized, both Elaras were on the verge of collapse, but as they looked out over the newly anchored timelines, they knew their sacrifice had been worth it. The universes, once teetering on the brink of destruction, now stood firm, their futures secured. The success of their mission marked a turning point, not just for their worlds, but for the understanding of time itself. The concept of parallel realities, once a theoretical curiosity, was now a tangible truth, and the Chrono-Key, once a source of destruction, had become a symbol of hope, a tool that could unite rather than divide. As the two Elaras stood side by side, their bond was unshakable. They had not only saved their universes, but had also proven that even in the face of impossible odds, unity and determination could prevail. The bridge they had created was more than a lifeline. It was a testament to the power of collaboration, a reminder that even the most fractured realities could be made whole again. As the echoes of her journey through time settled in her mind, Elara stood at the edge of the Ithorian ruins, the weight of discovery heavy on her shoulders. The air was thick with the hum of ancient technology, a reminder of the civilization that had once thrived here. But it wasn't the advanced machinery or the intricate designs of their cities that struck her most. It was the realization that the Ithorians' greatest legacy lay not in their achievements, but in the lessons they left behind. She had come seeking answers, driven by a hunger to uncover the secrets of a people who had mastered time itself. Yet, what she found was far more profound. The Ithorians hadn't just been inventors or architects of the cosmos. They had been custodians of a delicate balance, guardians of a power so immense that it could reshape reality. Their downfall wasn't due to a lack of knowledge or capability. It was a consequence of losing sight of the responsibility that came with their abilities. They had tampered with forces they barely understood, and in their hubris, they had unraveled the very fabric of their existence. Elara's hand brushed against one of the ancient glyphs carved into the ruins, its surface cool and smooth beneath her fingers. The symbols told stories of triumphs and tragedies, of civilizations that rose and fell, their fates intertwined with the choices they made. She couldn't help but draw parallels to her own world, to the societies she had seen crumble under the weight of their own ambitions. The Ithorians had been a mirror reflecting the dangers of unchecked power and the fragility of progress. As she stepped back, her gaze swept across the sprawling ruins, now illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun. The Ithorians had been ahead of their time, their technology surpassing anything she had ever encountered. But what good was such power if it wasn't wielded with wisdom? Their story was a cautionary tale, a reminder that knowledge without understanding could lead to destruction, and yet it was also a beacon of hope. They had left behind a legacy, not just of their achievements, but of their mistakes, offering a roadmap for those who would come after. Elara felt a surge of resolve as she turned away from the ruins. She wasn't just an explorer or a seeker of truth. She was now a guardian of the balance they had so desperately tried to preserve. The Ithorians had entrusted their secrets to the sands of time, and she had been chosen to carry that knowledge forward. It wasn't just about protecting their technology, it was about safeguarding the principles they had fought to uphold. The responsibility was immense, but she knew she couldn't turn away. The journey had changed her in ways she couldn't fully articulate. She had started as a curious adventurer, driven by desire to uncover the mysteries of the cosmos. But now, she understood that the true mystery wasn't the technology or the civilizations themselves. It was the choices they made, the paths they chose to follow. The Ithorians had shown her that greatness wasn't measured by what one could build, but by what one could protect. With a deep breath, Elara set her course for the stars, the weight of the past now a guiding force rather than a burden. She would continue to explore, to seek out the remnants of lost civilizations, but her purpose had shifted. She wasn't just uncovering history, she was ensuring it. The mistakes of the Ithorians would not be repeated, not on her watch. Their legacy would live on, not as a relic of the past, but as a living testament to the power of responsibility and the enduring spirit of those who dared to dream. The cosmos stretched out before her, vast and infinite, a canvas of possibilities waiting to be explored. And as she stepped into the unknown, Elara knew one thing for certain: the journey was far from over. It was only just beginning.